How can I... Ah! Stop doing that. Oh. Blinding. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. That has nothing. That's no, 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 no. That's just standard development practices to have that on any software. Um, if you want to, of course. Mm. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Okay. Why are they using it? I think this is hexadecimals. That's a good one. A lot of good things in here. Oh, that would be nice to set up an Ubuntu server. It's actually really easy. Why don't the professor do that on his own, though? I do like gedit, it's kind of nice. Hey, Scooby. Yeah, he may just don't want to deal with it. Nah, I didn't get. I got some McDonald's today instead. And I'm waiting for an Asian mystery box with a lot of Asian food to come tomorrow. I get that once a month. Kinda once. It depends on, but mostly once a month. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's nice. We have, I think it's next Monday we have off. That's a bank holiday in Denmark. Yeah, I sadly have to work tomorrow. Oh, I talked with the developer at work, and he's open to get interviewed in either this week or next week. So I just need to find a day. Yeah, dude, people are just fucking weird, okay? Like just as say as it is, they are just weird. As I said in one comment, I spend like 5 minutes commenting, and that's why I want to do this live stream, because they can comment at me in the live stream instead of me commenting. What the fuck was it? Yeah, nobody comes at me with a counter argument. Like, oh no, this can't happen because of this, and then telling how it can't happen. It's always, you're stupid, you don't know what you're talking about. It becomes personal insults. And if people can't debate you on facts and truth and experience, they draw to the simplest and most easy debate tool, and that is personal insult. So that basically means that at that point they're not debating your skill or the validity of what you're saying. It's basically just la la la, I don't like you, you bad. It's become you as a person that they dislike. And when people dislike you as a person, it's because they don't like what you are saying. Because if they were right in the comment section, they will say, oh, you were wrong, here's why you were wrong. And then explaining it, or say, look into the documentation for this, or look into this, how this project handled those situations and stuff like that. It's all about, well, I have not seen it, or I have heard, and I don't know what you're talking about. I have never seen that happen, and therefore you are a blah, 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 blah. They are talking with their emotions instead of their brain. It's something females are sadly really good at. When you get into an argument with females, they tend to quickly shift off their logical brain and go into emotional state. And that's when they start to yell and scream and call your names. And guys do that also, but females more so. And when you are talking with people in that state, nothing you say, nothing you do, nothing will work. Because they are talking from emotions. And all you can do is let them get those emotions out of there, get them out so they can relax and they can start to think again. Because you cannot have a conversation with an emotional human being. Because then it becomes emotions versus emotions, and all emotions are valid to some degree, if you get what I'm coming at. Oh yeah, fallacy guy. It was on here, I think. Yeah, it was on Discord, but I think it came in here also. Yeah, we had a few of those internet intellectuals. Yeah. I'm having a passion fruit soda. It's actually really good. I need to stop being such a fucking fat ass and get into the gym again. I'm getting so fucking fat lately. But I've been working so much, it's really irritating. And when I say working, I mean working privately. But yeah, I will talk to the deaf guy at work tomorrow some more about when he wants to come on. So I just add the idea today, and then he was like, yeah, he's fine with it, but I still want him to think a little bit about it, Yeah, it's basically like, you know nothing and I'm right, but I can't tell you why I'm right and why you're wrong. Other than I think you're stupid and ugly, basically. That's what it comes down to. And every time I talk to someone in real life that get into that mode, I just stop talking to them. I'm just like, we can't talk, you're too emotional, come back when you're cooled down. And they just get more angry. And then I'm just letting them talk. Just letting them just yell at me for like how many fucking hours they want to yell at me. The license don't make anything bad or good or stable. It's the people, it's the developers, it's the project managers, it's the project owners, it's whoever that is doing. There was one that said that open sourceware is more free because of the freedom of the, we can give it away, you can distribute and stuff like that. There are many proprietary software that you can use for yourself, you can give away to your friends and stuff like that. The only thing you can't do is look at the source code. No, I didn't buy any snacks. I have, like I said, I have a Asian mystery box coming, either tomorrow or the day after that. I forgot about that when we were live streaming, and it has candy and noodles and all kind of crazy shit from Asia. So I think one big indulgence box a month is enough. I may change my mind mid-month. I don't know. Oh yeah. There's also proprietary, whatever you would call them, where if you ask for the code, they will give it to you, but it's just not widely available. You know, those mods are what to be called. What the fuck is it? Freeware, I think is the word. Freeware. I mean, it's just people have just been indoctrinated. It's the same as what we were talking about with the Americans, that, you know, freedom and bravery, like it gets Linux or FOSS people get it indoctrinated into their brain the second they start using it and researching it and go into those like areas of the computing world. Like if you're talking FOSS software or Linux, almost in every conversation there will be a proprietary software is bad. You can see the source code, therefore it's good. It's better because you know, and you can basically make like a bingo card where you can check off, did the person say this and this and this, and that is a big sign that you have been, I will not say indoctrinated or brainwashed, but you've been conditioned into thinking that, just like a lot of Americans think that they are actually free, that they are living in the best country in the world. They have the best education system in the world, and they have the best healthcare system in the world, where they are mid-tier in all of those. There are plenty of countries in the world. Denmark is one of them that have better in everything. That's, we have less corruption than the Americans have, you know. But when you get indoctrinated into think that you're not challenging it, because they're not giving you all the, you know, all the facts. They're just telling you what they want you to hear. And if you don't look into if it's actually true, trust but verify, you just take it as gospel because it must be right. The smart people are saying it. Uh, yeah, you can never. Fuss people, you can never satisfy. It's that pesky girlfriend that just want more and more. You give them the diamond ring they want, then they want a fucking Lexus. You give them the Lexus, then they want a penthouse apartment in New York. You give them a penthouse apartment in New York, they want one in fucking San Francisco. And then they want an open relationship so they can fuck the butler. The Linux community is never happy. And again, that's because the Linux community is in a default attack mode. They're always fighting. They're always in this, like, we have to fight. They honestly think, when you think about it, they think that they are the crusaders, more or less. They are the IT software world's crusaders. Just like back in the day when the Christian crusaders was pillaging, raping, murdering, stealing other religions, basically. That was not Christian. No, and this is historical fact. It's not me taking a stance here. Christianity is the religion that have killed most people. You know, it's just look it up. And that don't mean that I condone one over the other. It's just that's just a fact. You know. No, they don't. And this is the thing. Like we talked about the content bell curve. They go on to channels that they think seems and look smart because they seem like knowing something they don't know, and they are saying things that they like. So if you are already like Linux, you already like what is it called, the ability to see the source code, and you see someone confirming your beliefs, and then putting some extra stuff on top of it, you start to believe that person because, oh, they know more about this thing than I do, without knowing that both of them actually don't fucking know what they're talking about. I don't think slavery is like a religious kind of thing, because there are there are countries in Africa and stuff like that that have slavery, still have it to this day, where they enslave white people, for example, and black people. They don't fucking discriminate. And I don't think they are having any specific religion. Um, because it actually, I think it says in the Bible you can sell your sister to slavery or something fucking like that. Or your daughter. Like, they actually condone it still to this day. It's been some years since I read the Bible, so I could be wrong. Will default to snipping your balls off because you have... Yeah, I had one that asked me what OS I was using because the Copilot icon was in the editor I was using in the video. And my response was, the OS don't matter. And it's clearly, he was like, am I using Windows as a host or in a virtual machine? It don't, and this is why you know that they don't know what they're talking about, and they don't have any good arguments. Because then they are like, oh, I should not listen to you because you're using this OS. Oh, I should not listen to you because you're using this text editor. I should not listen to you because you're using this, and this. That has nothing to do with the conversation. And it's because they can't say, oh, you are wrong because of this thing in what you're talking about. And it's really good to see when you have won a debate. It's when they're starting to use other things against you that has nothing to do with what you're talking about. So, oh, well, you're driving a Ford, therefore I should never listen to you when we're talking football or tennis or what the fuck, cooking or something like that. You know, or you're living in this area in a city that has nothing to do with your culinary skills. Or your ability to play soccer or football or whatever the fuck it is. That's because they cannot attack you or debate you on your skill level anymore. Or reason with you about the subject that you're talking about. So they're trying to find other indicators that will be like, oh, this is why we should not listen to you. Because they don't like what you're saying. They don't like what you're saying. It makes them uncomfortable. A little bit like why, like Vector got angry at me the other day when I fucked around with him. That he had to explain himself. You only have to explain yourself if you believe, or if it's important to you what the message that you're trying to send actually is. Both, yeah. I'm not arguing anything. I'm here to showcase how little the foss world knows of, or not the foss. Well, the foss user knows about the subject of foss and Linux, because they are stupid. It's yeah. As I said to one of them in one of my comments, is that I never get problems with any other user group in the tech industry other than Linux people. The only people that call me names and stalk me and yell at me and tell me how angry I am is Linux users. And I don't know, I had maybe one or two videos where I advocate for Windows and Mac, but I don't really advocate like hard stand, like say, this is what you should use and blah 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 on any system. All my videos where I'm fanboying a little bit over Mac is just my personal experience and preferences with it. Because I honestly believe it's up to the individual person to do whatever the fuck they want. But I don't think you can find any live stream or video where I tell you what to do. I give you recommendations, but I still leave options on the table so you can choose what you want. Because if I tell you what to do, I become your dictator. And also they want to play if you make a choice and it goes tits up and it explodes and you break all your shit. You know. would not say Linux is a cult. A cult is everything and nothing. Like liking YouTube could mean you're part of a cult. It's just like a benign cult that don't do anything bad. So, but I would more or less say that Linux has become a lifestyle for people. You know, just like people use veganism as a lifestyle, or CrossFitters. If you go into the fitness world, where CrossFitters is like the fitness world's version of vegans. Once you're a CrossFitter, you have to tell everyone you're a CrossFitter, and you cannot stop talking about CrossFit. You know, that is what Linux users. Yeah, some Mac users are a little bit like that, but I've never seen anyone like Linux users the way. It has become a lifestyle for a lot of people. Just like you know, people that are really into brewing their own coffee in a fucking certain way, and you have to use these things, and you know, they are just. That's the only thing they have in their life that apparently makes them happy, which is sad. And it goes for CrossFitters, coffee brewers, hipsters, whatever you call it. That's part of it, but that they need validation for their choice. But it's mostly because when a lot of people, if we just keep to the tech world, but this could again be put into a lot of other things. When something becomes who you are, when you're saying something negative about that, you are attacking their identity. Just like, you know, Americans get really touchy when they get told that they are not the most free country in the world. They are not the best country in the world in most aspects of the world. You are basically saying to them, where you live is a shit show. It's a hellfest. And of course they're going to be defensive about it, because they have lived there their whole life, or a big portion of their life. So of course they're going to be defensive, because you are attacking the place they live, their identity. You know. And it's a little bit more understanding when you're attacking someone's like place of, you know, where they live. Because most of us don't have a fucking saying in where we live. We just got popped out by our mom's vagina and just happened to be born somewhere. So it becomes a touchy subject, because it's something most people either don't have the money to do something about, or their life just don't turn out in a way where they can just move to another country and stuff like that. So they didn't have a choice, and then they're defending it because it makes to not make themselves feel bad, you know. And a little bit of the validation of choices in there also, of course. But it's mostly because when you're saying stuff like that, if you didn't care about something, you would not spend effort defending it in no way, shape, or form. If I told you one fucking female handbag product was worse over another one, you would not even saying okay or no. You'd just be, what the fuck are you on about, you fucking idiot? But some girls would go nuts and debate that in like 10 days, rip each other's throat out and stuff like that. Because for them, it's super important. Because for some reason, they have aligned themselves with this specific brand. You know, this is their whole life identity, that they are a fan of Prada or Gucci or whatever the fuck it is. And using an operating system as your personal identity, or a PlayStation or brand, and you know, is so fucking sad. Like, there should be so much more other things going on in people's life than the most interesting and important thing about me is that I use Linux. You know, like, what a fucking life do we have here, people? If that's the most important thing about your life, that you use Linux. It's the thing that you just have to tell everyone. Or I'm an Xbox user, or I'm a Prada user, or fan, or, you know, sexuality, yeah. I mean, it becomes that Crusader syndrome where they have to, both because you're attacking their ego, validating choice. They don't have anything else going for them, so this one thing that they thought that they have found, that you are now picking down, it's not good. But to the degree that Linux users do it, again, only vegans do it that bad. And it's the biggest thing that's put me off Linux the last few years, is just how I don't mind. Like, I would love to run Linux every day, but I do feel like I'm in a cult when I do run Linux, because then I have to agree with all the other things that these pesky Linux users are saying, because I can't use Linux and also use Microsoft products. I can't use Windows and Linux and Mac and Linux. I have to only use Linux. And I have to shit on every other operating system. I can't do that on Linux. I can't shit on Linux. It's perfect. It's never been better. Well, it never has been better. That's a fair statement. But okay, so I want to move this. Okay, so I can't just touch there. Yeah, it's not a strange thing. It's just it's funny that it happened with Linux, not FreeBSD, not Haiku, not the billions of other operating systems that have existed on Earth. And some of them were even more popular than Linux in its day, like had a bigger market share in its day, like OS2, BOS. It's just Linux, and it all comes down to, in my humble opinion, the Free Software Foundation. Because the Free Software Foundation is a political movement. And no other OS had a political movement attached to it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that the Free Software Foundation is a political movement. And out of that sprung a lot of other political philosophies about Linux and whatnot. That should not be weird, Rebio man. That should not be weird. It don't matter. It don't matter. Yeah, that's true, Harmony. They act like they're the only kid in town when you have so many other foss or open source or whatever you would call it, operating systems. So I find Copilot to be the best coding AI for coding help. Probably because they have a deal with, they own, Microsoft own GitHub, so they can get a lot of training data from GitHub. And I think that's why it's so good for coding. But there's other things that it's not good at. But honestly, let's think a little bit here. I think the best thing that could happen for Linux, is that if the desktop market share went down under 1%, like they got a massive kick in the fucking shitter, and big companies stop focusing on Linux. Valve stopped doing it because there was no money in it anymore. Because out of that at that point, they have to realize that they are not the alpha dog in the room. You know? The Copilot is amazing. But yeah, like, they need a massive hit to their ego. Yeah, the Linux Foundation spent... like, this is the fun thing. It's called the Linux Foundation, but most of their money is spent on non-Linux things. And most of their effort is spent on non-Linux things. And almost all of their supporters are billion-dollar companies, and a lot of them is Chinese-based. Did you know IBM is owned by China? So therefore Red Hat is a Chinese distribution, technically, or Chinese company. Think about that. 7-Eleven is a Japanese company. There's a lot of American, in quote, American companies that are owned by foreigners. Fedora spyware confirmed, yeah. Yeah, fucking Ubuntu, yeah. People would not like the world without Ubuntu. They just would not like it at all. They would not like it. They have no... Like if Ubuntu, Red Hat, and SUSE went away, the Linux world would, like... It will crumble, man. It will just, like... Almost any innovation on Ubuntu... Or not on Ubuntu, in the Linux world would just stop. Yeah, they do, Command. They do. They definitely do. I love proprietary software. I love all software. glibc is attempt to standardization, but it didn't really work out. That's probably the best way of explaining it. And there is, over the years, there have been a lot of attempts of trying to have a standard in Linux. There is something called the Linux standard, if I'm not mistaken. But nobody follows it. Because why should they? Like, why should they? There's no incentive to follow it. They can just do their own thing. And the reason why they want a Linux standard is so, well, it makes it easier for software to be compatible with distributions. Because technically, like, if you're going to be super fucking technical here, well, Linux is the kernel. Each distribution is basically what you will call a Linux-compatible operating system. It is not pure Linux, because almost no one is using vanilla Linux kernel. Almost no distribution is using vanilla anything, besides maybe Slackware. But what they have, or what they are, is that they are compatible with most Linux components. But they are not a pure Linux system. So in reality, Ubuntu should be Ubuntu - a Linux compatible operating system. Because Ubuntu is its own thing. There are things that only works on Ubuntu. The same with Arch, Gentoo, Red. We could go on and on and on and on. And that's why they wanted a standard. So let's say Ubuntu or Red Hat or other distributions makers could not shoehorn technologies that only worked on their distro. So you guaranteed that anything and everything worked on no matter what distribution you choose. But of course they're not going to do that, because then we don't need that many distributions. And because distributions, everyone can teach any fucking grandfather to respin a distribution in a few hours. It's so fucking easy with all the tools we have nowadays. So people love making distributions because it makes them feel like they're these geniuses. Exactly. There have been a few that changed package manager during its life cycle, yeah. But an operating system is just like, well, it is in the word. It operates a system. So it's the totalitarian collection of packages that operate your system. So instead of think about it as an OS, think about it as a software stack. And it's the software stack that handles the communication and operation of your system. AKA, it's the translation layer between you and the hardware. And it can be as involved with GUIs and stuff like that, or as little as just a kernel with a terminal emulator in front of it. Yeah, you're right. 90% of distros have no purpose or benefit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, terminal emulator is not a real terminal. I wonder where all those foss fans are. The thing I love the most, and I think is the best fucking laughing thing in the world, is like, oh, I hate Ubuntu, and then they're using some Ubuntu respin, like Sovian or Mint or some other distribution that is 90% Ubuntu, but they hate Ubuntu. That's the most delicious laughing stock ever. They're sitting in forums and fuck Ubuntu, Mint Sovian for the win, or Kubu. This is how stupid I've seen people be. They will sit in bits and moan about Ubuntu, and then like, what distro are you running? Oh, I'm running Subuntu, Kubuntu, or Lubuntu. Like, those are Ubuntu distributions, you fucking idiot. Come on. How come no PC retail store around the globe really sell mainstream desktops? So they have. And mainstream online stores have sold Linux pre-installed on computers since 2008. Hey, Lamer. I think HP was the first one to have a laptop with Linux in 2008-ish. Maybe 10, I can't remember. So from 2000 to about 2010, you could go into, I think it was Walmart, Sears, Computing World, and buy boxes of Linux. There were the EPs, the GPC, and Lindos or Linspire had computers in stores. The reason why they didn't do it was because people didn't want them. The Acer 1 was running Linux by default. It was running a custom version of a distribution called Sanders. And Dell, HP, and Lenovo, let's just say since 2011, you had the ability to buy Linux computers. But most of those Linux computers was more expensive than the Windows computers because they were meant for the corporate world and they needed software and hardware certification, or else the corporate world did not allow them to be part of their organization. You know, it's yeah. There's Fane, there's a philosophy reason. That's all it comes down to. The only reason they really hate Systemd is because it's not following, in quotes, the Unix philosophy. But the Linux kernel don't follow the Linux or Unix philosophy. And also Systemd is a massive tool that some people believe or think should be divided up over more than one project. So again, it's just a philosophy debate. You know, how do you want it to be handled? And the Systemd main dev is a little bit of a dickhead. Oh yeah, all Lenovo, Dell, and HP still to this day sell your laptops with Linux on them. If you want to have that, or even Lenovo even. So when I buy my Lenovo laptops, I buy them without an OS on, just to and here's the fun thing. It's not like, okay, you don't want Linux, that's $100 off or whatever the fuck it is, $100 off your bill. No. Sometimes it's $10. Other times it's $150. Other times it's $5 you save by not having Windows on them. It's not like a set standard fee. And that just shows you that the reason why you save money for not having Windows is not because of the license. It's because of the work that they have to, extra drivers and stuff like that. So more exotic components you have on your laptop, for example, means that they have to make, find those drivers and test them, basically. Where if you have a laptop that has off-the-shelf stock standard drivers, the version in quotes of Windows is cheaper. But it's not the version, it's not Windows itself that's cheaper, it's the R&D, installation, and testing before it comes to you that is cheaper. If that makes sense. Yes, Scooby, yep. And that also command, yeah. I'm having a sparkling water. Dell and Lenovo really like Linux. My Dell computer, there's a few things that don't work on it. But all the computers I run of Dell's and Lenovo's is the one that is the most or least resistant to Linux. Some of them have something that work or may not work or need extra drivers. But in general, I never had a problem installing Linux on either Dell or Lenovo. But there may be some out there, but yeah. And that's the thing with the distribution, is that you have to hunt down so many distributions to find the one you like. And for some people, that can be nice and neat and sweet, and I get that. But most people don't have the time to sit and spend a week trying to find their own distribution they like. Yeah, but Lenovo is the only one that where you can actually buy laptop or computers without any OS on it. Yeah, it's the fingerprint reader I also have problems with, Dan. That's the one that don't work for me either. On Dell. I haven't tried it on Lenovo yet. And like I said on Lenovo's website, sometimes you barely save any money by not choosing having Windows on it. So the laptop I bought, I actually saved quite a lot of money. I saved $50. But the other laptop I was thinking about buying, I only saved $20 for not having Windows on it. And that is because the laptop I have, I opted in for the more expensive Wi-Fi card. So it has like Wi-Fi 6E, whatever the latest version is and stuff like that. And that cost a little bit extra, but that meant that, my Wi-Fi don't work out of the box with Windows. Hey, Don. So I have to install the driver to get my Wi-Fi to work. And that's why Windows was a little bit more expensive if I wanted that, because they had to get a specific driver. The off-the-shelf driver in Windows didn't work on it. Well, my fingerprint works on Windows, though. Yeah, if you want to upgrade your laptop or your computer, Lenovo is really not Dell, but Lenovo, they do a lot. Like they are really good to their customers. Like they know their customers. But here's the thing, Lenovo is more expensive than Apple products. But people don't think about it like that. But they really are. It's actually cheaper to buy a equally spec'd Mac than a Lenovo with the same spec, like the same power or battery life and all of that shit. But Apple also have some of the best customer support in the world. And they can do that because they're premium companies. Lenovo is like the Apple of the Windows world. Like they are a premium company. So a lot. So you do pay that Lenovo tax. Like in quotes. Apple is like they do make some great shit. It's funny, we have one developer at work for the other company that also are down there they use Mac, but they're doing app development instead of native Windows development. And he's just sitting there on his MacBook Air and just chugging along. I think it's a MacBook Air he's using. And I keep teasing the developer I want to do an interview with because he has a 12th gen Intel CPU. And he just have to touch his laptop and the fans goes on it. It just sounds like a jet engine. So I always tease him with that his computer is like breaking down all the time. No, so Don, a company, depending on how many licenses they buy and what time of year it is and all of that fucking shit, they pay between $5 to $15 per license. So it depends on the country and company and how many they buy at a time. And heck, I even think Microsoft give them away to some of them. I would not be surprised if Lenovo and Dell and HP didn't pay any money for their licenses. Or it's like, hey, get hundreds or 1,000 licenses for $100 or something like that. Linux and ThinkPads are really good friends, yeah. I do like AirPods. Yeah, but what a lot of people tend to forget is that Lenovo is a Chinese company. That's like, and Lenovo is super embedded into the Chinese government also. So for all of those, like they hate, Microsoft for all the bad things they're doing in the world, and then they go and buy a fucking Lenovo laptop where I don't know if it's partially owned by the government, but they are super ingrained into the Chinese government. Like, probably more than most, because they are one of the biggest hardware companies in the world. Yeah, exactly, Scooby. Yeah, they're paying cents per license sometimes, yeah. Yeah, old Dells has always been like popular in the Linux world, like the old Optiplexes. Yeah, they always have a sale, or you always get a coupon. They never fucking cost what it says on this on the site. I hate that also. When I was looking for laptops on HP and Dell and Lenovo, I just went with Lenovo because I got the most for my money. But of course there was a little, hey, use this promo code and sign up for this fucking email. Put in your email address to get 10% off and all that bullshit going on. I don't think anyone buys the Lenovo for the price it actually says on the fucking website. It is a little bit fucking irritating. Like, it is really irritating. But they do, Lenovo do make some of the best computers in the world, at least laptops. And you have Lenovo is also the company that gives you the most customizability right from the factory. So the laptop I bought via Lenovo's website and got shipped directly from China, and it took 3 days to get to Denmark. Not even Dell or HP can do that. Sadly enough. I could even choose what kind of like case I wanted for it. Like, should it be plastic or aluminium? You know, that aerospace plastic or what the fuck it is that they are using. With Dell and HP, you have like, you can select how much RAM and hard drive you have, for example. You know, like I said, I chose the newest Wi-Fi module. And that was why so the module in of itself only cost like $12 or $20. But the Windows version then went up with like $30 because they had to test it and all that fucking shit. So that's why I opted out for not getting Windows and just installed it on my own. Because the Windows license apparently just went up. The price for Windows went up. I have a 40 series graphic card in my gaming rig, if that's what you mean. Yeah, mine is a 7. I can open it up and see what it is because I can't remember. I think it's a 7800 or something like that. It's the one they made right before they made the AI thingies. So it's not the newest gen, but the last gen. I do like it. It's a fucking the only thing I don't like about it, I'm booting it up so I can see what it is. The only thing I don't like about it is that it's a heavy boy, but I also upgrade the battery to like a 50 something milliamp. Oh no, it's a 75. 75, 35, 7535 HZ. So 2 generations old then. Oh, it needs to be charged. Yeah, that's what I love about Apple's products is that they are so streamlined and slim and stuff like that. Because I do feel I do feel a massive difference when I'm carrying it's not the weight, it's just like the bulk of it. So if I put this one in my bag and I go around with it versus putting my MacBook Air, there's a massive difference in how it feels in the bag. Like, they weigh about the same, but because it's thicker and stuff like that, Lenovo just takes up more space. Yeah, I got the biggest battery you could get in it. And I have 2 NVMe slots. I have 2 NVMe slots also. That's why I wanted the E series. Because it's one of the few ones that give you 2 NVMe slots. And I got it with 16 gig of RAM and I updated myself onto 32 gigs. And I get, like, if I'm just developing, I get about 8 to 10 hours out of it. If I'm watching videos, it's more like 7 hours. On over, I think like 60 to 80% brightness. Does Linux have great backward compatibility? No better than Windows. Windows and Linux have the, like... So the thing that people forget with Windows compatibility is that it may not work out of the box, but you can find a driver online that you can install and then it works. You know. Is the Lenovo cheaper in price and how much computer you get for the money? No. No. Like I said, the Lenovo for, like, if you buy performance, if you buy for performance, okay, I want a computer that can do this, this, and this. You can find it cheaper in other places. But the build quality may not be that good. Or the support quality may not be that good. But for the specs that my computer is, I could definitely get that cheaper. From Asus or Acer or MSI or something like that. But I may get, you know, I will get lesser build quality. I may only get 1 NVMe slot. Yeah, Lenovo is for... So the line I bought is specifically for... hey, Chris. Is specifically for enterprise. It's the E series. That's the enterprise series. So it's the little brother for the T series. And you save like about 25% by going with an E series versus a T series. But that's because the E series tends to use 1 or 2 generation old, what is it called? CPUs and stuff like that. So it's not using the latest and greatest. But then you're getting, like I said, you're getting more expansion slots and whatnot, typically. Because the enterprise like to upgrade their computers more than the average person does. And they also sometimes tend to have bigger batteries. Yeah, I think that's mine, E14 Gen 6. I think that's the one I have also. Where's my Lenovo thingy? Yeah, E14 Gen 6. That's exactly the one I have also. Yeah, that's the one I have. It's a, like, it's a big boy, but it's a fucking great, and I got the aluminium case for it. I just like metal. But that also means that it's cooler. It's always cold, which is great in the summertime. But yeah, it's exactly the one I have here also. Yeah, I never heard about that brand. Well, I think I've heard about that brand. I think that's a Chinese brand. But like I said before, you have to think about Lenovo as Apple. Lenovo is the Windows Apple. You know, so you're buying for the brand, you're buying for the build quality, the support, the customization options. If you can definitely find another computer with the same spec as mine on sale from any other company. But they don't have the same service agreements or support for their computers. They don't have the same build qualities, and they definitely don't have the same keyboard. Like Lenovo's keyboards are better than even Mac's keyboards. Like the Lenovo keyboards are like top fucking nuts. I wish my MacBook Air had the keyboard that my ThinkPad E14 has. It's amazing. And I have like an old T14 at work. No, it's a T490 at work. That's from like 2018, and it still has a really fucking good keyboard in it. Most people should buy laptop used, if you ask me. No, I don't care about frameworks. Framework laptops for me seem like a gimmick that nobody wants or need. The idea is great with frameworks laptops, but nobody upgrades anymore. System 76, who wants to pay extra money for a Linux computer when I can just buy a Lenovo and put Linux on it? The same with Tuxedo computer. Why would I pay more? Because we looked at a live stream, actually a few live streams. We looked at how expensive is it to buy a Linux purposely built laptop versus just going with a HP, Lenovo, or Dell. They are massively more expensive than just buying the same spec Dell or Lenovo, even if it has Windows on it. And then when you get it, you uninstall Windows and put Linux on it. You save about 30 to 40% sometimes. To get like the same spec Lenovo or Dell, and if you get a second hand, that's where you save probably up to like 30%. And then you just install your own Linux on it. I have Thunderbolts on my, well, it's not Thunderbolts, USB 4 on my E14. And I don't need to upgrade them. You know, when you need to upgrade your ports, you want basically, when you need to update one thing on your laptop, you want to update all of the things on your laptop, because then your laptop is getting so old that everything about it is out of date. You know, most of the Linux laptops are basically just rebranded Chinese laptops. And they're not specifically well made also. So. A Pocket, I never heard about those. But yeah, if you want a Linux computer, the best thing you can do is buy a used computer that is 1 or 2 gens old. Because Linux has a really hard time with keeping up with the latest gen of any hardware, because the drivers are not made yet, or they're not that stable yet. So if you buy like a 1-2 year old used computer, not only do you save a lot of money, and you still have a massive good like lifespan on that computer. The battery is probably barely, or even 3 years, yeah, max. The older the better for Linux, basically. The older the better for the most part. But if you want the latest and great, like if you want to run the latest and greatest and have the best battery life and stuff like that, you either have to stick with Apple or Windows, or run Windows on that laptop, because you do get, especially with the new Intel CPUs, you do get better battery life out of Windows. So AMD is a little bit more different. I think AMD gets about the same, depending on what version of the CPU it is on Linux. I've noticed that on my old Dell, I get about 30 minutes less or an hour less on Linux than Windows. So not like massively amount less. Yeah, I don't know what that CFIS or Selfish OS is about, you know. Yogas, Yogo, I like those. I like the Yogas, yeah. Or Yogos. I like slim computers. It kind of depends on how good your battery is, how big it is, and how worn out it is, of course. But Windows do have better battery management if you know how to tweak it. It's easier to get more life out of your Windows machine than your Linux machine. You know. No, you have to open the laptops on modern Lenovo's. But the batteries are not that hard to change, and they are not that expensive either. You know. That's one thing I like about Lenovo is that their components are like, especially their batteries are kind of cheap, and they are somewhat easy to get into. Like if you could build your own gaming rig, you can upgrade a Lenovo laptop. It's super fucking intuitive on Lenovo. Most Dells are also kind of easy to upgrade, unless you go with like the XPS and their super expensive gaming line and stuff like that. Because I think at that point they start to like glue their fucking batteries and components and stuff like that to, or solder a lot of things onto the motherboard also, to keep it as slim as possible. The Yogas, they have a lot of them have like soldered on memory and storage, so you have to get what you want from the get go. I heard a lot of people using those B-Link. They'll glue everything. I'm not on their Inspiron line. They tend to be good at not doing that. I do like slimness because it when you start to carry your laptop around either in a messenger bag or backpack, how big the laptop is actually starts to matter quite a lot. Not the for me it's not the weight, it's actually how much space does it take. Because that space you could use for something else, more documents, more whatever the fuck you have in your backpack. The XPSs actually look kinda, you know. If you carry 2 laptops a day, the physical form of them definitely starts to, you know, matter. And 2 journals, yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, the old Yogas had upgradable, you know, Pro Max, so they're going the Apple way, I guess. Yeah, I when I buy bags, I always buy them with the mindset of carrying around 2 laptops. Even though I rarely do it, but because if I'm at work and I want to take my personal laptop with me at work, or want to take my work laptop with me home, I just want that space. Was Steve Jobs good? So define good, because he was both good and bad. Just like any other human. He was probably better as a person than as a CEO. A lot of his friends talks really highly about him. Like people that were really friends with him. It's more his professional side that is a little bit... his personal interaction with his co-workers and stuff like that is a little bit weird. As a CEO, he was brilliant. But that you don't have to be a good man to be a brilliant CEO. And so he was actually more pro-consumer than you think, but only pro-consumer for his products, meaning that he actually thought more about what the user wanted and liked more than you think he would. He was one of the people that helped kill off Adobe Flash Player He sent a personal letter to Adobe because Flash was so bad and insecure that Apple would stop supporting it. Because there were so many people getting their machines, both on Windows and Linux and stuff like that got their things hacked and stolen because Flash was that insecure. Like, he is a massive component or advocate for, or was for consumers and developers and stuff like that. The problem is, he wanted you to only use his things. So he would do a lot of, in quotes, pro-consumer shit. Not shit, but things. But they will mostly only benefit if you were on Apple. He didn't give a fuck about anything else. So it's this thing, like, he did, like, if you were an Apple user, he took care of you. You know? And Apple still do this to this day. If you're an Apple user, they take care of you. They make sure that you're alright. They help you with crazy warranties and sometimes even out of warranty replacements and stuff like that. They take care of you. But not if you're not in the Apple ecosystem. And they do a lot of consumer things, but most because it's benefiting Apple and not because it's benefiting humanity as a whole or Windows computers and stuff like that. You know. I do like the MacBook Pros, to be honest, yeah. That's one of his good skills, is that he understood, because developers, engineers and stuff like that are a lot out of touch with what the normal human, not normal, what the consumer need and want out of a product. It don't have to just be a computer. Because the way that tech people look at the world is so different from how a consumer looks at the world. Like we are sitting here and saying, like, frameworks is the best because you can upgrade your components. I used to be one of those people that help people with upgrading their fucking computers. And I can tell you, for over 10 years, people didn't give a fuck about upgrading their computers. And that was not because they couldn't do it. They could. They just didn't want to. It was just more convenient for them to buy a new computer, sell the old one, or give the old one to, like, their kids or other family members, than it was to get it upgraded, because then they still needed to buy a computer for their kids or their family member. So that's what they did. So if a family member needed a computer, then either the dad or the mom got the new computer and the family member got the old one. So they just stopped upgrading. And then I was the one that then had to transfer the data from one to the other, more or less. They started to look at computers and laptops like they look at their phone. They use it until they can't use it anymore, and then they either resell it, give it away, or yeah, you get what I'm coming at. I would love a maxed out M4 Pro. MacBook Pro, yeah. No, close don't mean not benefiting the consumers. You're so right. Overnight, you'll be... Oh, that's cool. In Hawaii. Oh, I would love to go there. Yeah, that's because Louis Rossman is one of those people that still... So, he believes in and this is where Apple is both good and bad. Because Apple don't want you to repair their computer if they go wrong. They just want you to buy a new one. And people are willing to repair their computers, they're just not willing to upgrade. So let's say that... Here's a good example. Their hard drive fails. They're willing to go and pay someone to put a new one in. I need more storage. They don't want to buy a new hard drive. They just buy a new computer. That's I'm super simplifying it here, but that's how you should look at it. And Apple is like, we don't really want it to upgrade, or because they sell more computers if you don't repair them. And this is the double-sided thing that I said about with a lot of companies. But luckily enough, they are getting more repair. Every company is getting more. This is not just an Apple product. Lenovo is doing the same thing now. HP, Dell, all laptop manufacturers are soldering more and more shit onto the motherboard, so you can't upgrade it easily. And that's because they know the consumer won't upgrade. But it also means that repairing it is getting more difficult and difficult and difficult. So yeah. But that is because, like, on average, the failure rate on modern components is super low. So they'd rather give, a random person a whole new computer if something fails than upgrading it. Because it's probably cheaper to build a computer that's upgradable than giving, let's say, 1% of your user base a new computer. Like, production-wise, it's cheaper to just produce a computer that can't be upgraded than making it upgradable when only 1% or 2% of your whole user base is actually repairing it and upgrading. Oh, sorry, upgrading it. It's upgrading it. That's what I'm coming at. So they'd rather just be like, yeah, if it's broken, then just, we give you a new one. That's probably cheaper for them than making it super repairable and upgradable. But that also means that people like Louis Rossmann don't have a job. And that's... You have to think about it like this. That's the most reason why he's angry over it. Is that it's his job to repair shit. It would be like when I was a mechanic and they started to do so we couldn't repair their cars. I will of course get angry because that's how I made my living. But if nobody wanted to go to the mechanic shop and they just bought a new car because they were so cheap, in quotes, cheap. Yeah, I can see why they didn't want people to repair the cars. I'm 100% agreeing with that, the right to repair movement. I 100% agreeing with it. I just don't think society wants it. For the reason that I said before, that most people's hardware don't fail while they have it. And most people just buy new when they upgrade instead of the upgrading. So if the hardware lasts until they buy a new machine, so let's say on average people upgrade their laptop every 5 years, then the components just have to last 5 years. That means you can build cheaper components, blah, blah, blah. You can simplify the production line and blah, all of that fucking shit. And then for the few ones that have problems, they just get a new one. They just get a free upgrade or something like that. Garmin, the watch manufacturer, they do that a lot. You almost, like, if you say, even, like, my local store, they're like, sometimes people can just go in and say it's broken, and we just have to give them a new fucking watch without testing it sometimes. I'm over-saturating here, but that's what it feels like. That it's almost no fucking... If you come in and say you have a broken watch, they just take your old one and give you a new one, and if the old one can be fixed, just fix it and sell it as a second-hand watch on their website. Or something like that. And that's because it's just cheaper to just give you a new one. Than dealing with you complaining and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I think it's because a lot of people live in the olden days where we used to upgrade computers and stuff like that, and that is sadly not the case. If you're getting at, what I'm coming at. The days where people that use computers were hobbyists is long gone. A computer today is nothing more than an appliance like a washing machine. I never had the ANC fail on any of my Apple products, sadly enough. I've been going after the Apple Android fanboys for a long time. They just, again, don't really do anything. They just say whatever, idiot. They never get really angry. The only one that gets angry at me is Linux people. I have made videos ripping Apple and Microsoft more shit than any Linux video I ever made, and I never hear anything back from any of the Windows groups or Mac groups. I do hear that even there, the Linux people will come in and complain. Oh, that's what you get for using Windows and Apple. Ha, 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 ha. They will still come in there and swing that dick around. But the Android people in general is cool people. They just chillax. But yeah, like it or not, a lot of things nowadays are replaceable by design and by desire. And there's an easy way of changing that. That's making the consumers want to upgrade. Because then they're only buying upgradable products. And that will then tell the manufacturers that, oh, we are selling more products that can be upgraded than not, so therefore more products need to be upgradable. But most of the time when you can upgrade or repair a product, that means it's also more expensive because there's more components that have to be made. There's also more point of failure and blah, 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 blah. So it will get a little bit more expensive, or could end up becoming a little bit more expensive. They are a service platform, yep. Yep, they're just like a phone. Computers are not this magical thing as they used to be. So people don't value them as that anymore. You know? Like, here's a really good example. We used to be able to take the batteries out of our phones and just buy a new one. And we all know people that have battery fails in their phone. But how many of you have had the need, or seen someone had the need, to buy a new battery before they upgraded the phone? Almost no one. No, Samsung's batteries, well, you can still upgrade, but you can't just easily take them out. Back in the day, there was like a lid behind your phone, and then you took that lid off, and you could just take the phone out like you took out AA batteries or something like that. You're one person. Yeah, so fixing old phones or buying second hands, I'm talking when you get a new phone. When you buy or get a new phone, have you ever had the need to change the battery? Or how often have that happened? Uh, 4S, I think the 4S, yeah. That's exactly right, Obsidian. Like, if you're buying second hand, yes, you will have just once. Yeah, exactly. I think I had one battery die on me in my whole life. Yeah, and according to the Apple, and I think Apple users buy new phones every 2 to 3 years, and I think Androids is every 4th year or 3rd year. Apple users tend to keep their device a year or two longer than Apple people do. So if your thing can last, let's say, just 5 years, there's no need for repairing, you know. But that also means that if they break after 5 years, the second-hand market is fucked. I think you can get batteries for that iPad, to be honest. So they are starting to do that, Scooby. After 2021, they started to give more support. But it's a good way of getting people to buy new phones. If the OS is not supported anymore. Yeah, go build that server. Yeah, this Android versus Apple is another another reason why I actually like Apple a lot, is that they don't want to use their user base, even though they sometimes do it by mistake, but they don't want to use their user base as testing people. So they are willing to wait 2, 3, 4 years for a feature if they are not sure that it's good enough. Of course, Apple AI is a massive plunder. Not everyone does, a problem or have problem software sometimes. But Apple is like, we don't want to just for the sake of the feature release it. It has to work and it has to make sense. Where I do feel a lot of in the Android world is just a feature for the sake of having a feature. It's things that, yeah, it's neat and flashy, but nobody really fucking uses it or needed it. That's also why when you look at Apple AI, even though it's still a fucking mess today, it don't do nearly as much as any other's AI does. But that's because Apple was, again, focusing on what makes sense to use it for. And not just like, let's do everything, And that approach I like by Apple, and I think more companies should look at that. It's like, yeah, this is flashy, and we could get some temporary influx in money, but does it make sense? Does it make sense? Does it make sense, and does it work right? Because Apple typically, not always, but typically has a really good reputation of developing good software. Because they wait, like a lot of times you look at Apple software as LTS releases. They're not focusing on the latest and greatest, but when they do something, it's like getting an LTS feature. It's thought through, it makes sense, it's stable as fuck, but you have to wait until you get to that point. Yeah, Android nowadays, I think it's like 4 or 5 years of OS and 10 years of security updates or something like that. And the same with Google. It's something like it's like 3 it's more than 3. It's 4 to 5 years of OS updates. So versions updates. Because Google start doing it, and then Samsung start doing it, and everyone else start doing it. And then they get like 2 or 3 extra years of security updates. My S21 was the last one that only had 2 years of OS updates. I'm still getting security updates until the end of the year, though. But at the end of this year, my phone don't get any more security updates or Android updates. On my old phone, I have a iPhone right now. And I'm still like, I don't need a new phone, but I kind of want one. Because it's almost 2 years old. And I was debating on going back to Android. Yeah, Android is not more secure than iOS. Yeah, 1 year updates, yeah. But it's funny how everyone wants to educate you, while they themselves is not educated. Where the fuck are the fucking pesky Linux users? Are they asleep? It's probably because it's a Monday. They don't have the brain capacity to yell and scream at me. A lot of them don't make any sense. It's easy for me to read comments on my YouTube videos because they are collected in one place in my dashboard. But god damn it, there's a lot of fucking weird people on the internet. I used to respond to almost every comment I got. I had to stop doing it because it was just like a fucking waste of time. Yeah, I think they had like a I need to remove that Steam boss. It would take the living shit out of me. There you go, because it's not working properly. Oh, they act more than just bots. They act just like fucking bones. But that's what you get when people are brainwashed, is that they don't think for themselves. So you think that they are like NPCs or something like that. Oh. Yeah, Linux users are bots. It's just sad because they are ruining a good thing, They are taking a good product and ruining it. Oh my god, why am I tired? Oh yeah, there's so many videos right now where people are installing Steam OS on their desktop to play game on it. I honestly, here's the thing. I need is a hard word, but I would love to get a better graphic card so I can play games in higher fidelity on my gaming computer. But you know what? My PlayStation 5 is actually doing quite okay. I'm gaming more on that one than my gaming computer at the moment. It's just way more convenient. It's cheaper than buying a new graphic card. The only thing that's irritating is the limit storage. But you can upgrade that, luckily enough. Yeah, that's the thing. When I saw the 5000 series comes out, I was like, yeah, I'm not upgrading a new graphic card, and I'm not buying any more new games on or any more games on Steam either. I just go PlayStation, and then if they start to come down in price, yeah, you know. Yeah, he's a good dude, yeah. But the 40 series was also like a really bad release, to be honest. The 40 series was so Intel GPUs. I may get one of those just for the fact of video editing. They are really good for video editing. Like really good for video editing. They are not that good for gaming. Like the best gaming graphic cards are still AMD and Nvidia. But if you want like a budget gaming graphic card, Intel is the way to go. But yeah, I'm thinking about just stop gaming on PCs and then only like using it as an editing machine. And then when it can't do that anymore, I don't know if I'm going back to my Mac Mini because it edits the videos almost at the same speed. Because the only thing I really need Windows for is for development. Because I develop on Windows. And I'm starting to do more Java development, so I don't even need Windows anymore. Because Java is more or less just, well, C# is built around Java, so if you know C#, you know more or less Java. If you get what I'm coming at here. It's just C# just have a lot of really nice Windows-specific technologies that makes it so nice for Windows. But I am fucking around with some... So I have a tool right now I need to finish that when you run it, it tells you how much space you have on your main drive and how much free space you have on your main drive. And that's done in Java. And it checks what OS you're running and then run the appropriate commands. Just a neat little tool. And I'm building a C# tool now where you can, if you have a YouTube channel, with your API, Google API key and channel ID, you can then see how many views, subscribers, and videos you have on your channel. That do that in a GUI tool. Yeah, so mine just, well, it's the same shit as doing it in the backend. I just put a GUI tool in front of it because it's just nicer to look at. And also I'm experimenting with using JavaFX. So it's just open up a JavaFX window and then... Yeah, go have a good day, Dan. But yeah, when I'm done with that YouTube stat thingy, I may make a video. I will make a video about it, and I think it's so small I can just host it on Discord. VPF, Windows Present Form, and on Java I use JavaFX. So the B580 is worse than my 4060 Ti. Yeah, a lot of people still use WinForms if they're using, if they're either maintaining or using older programs. I also fucked around with WinUI a little bit, but I see no reason to do. Kate is actually a really good editor, yeah. But WinForms just have way too many limitations for if you want to do feature-rich UIs. Like it don't do bindings and stuff like that. And VPF is actually like I also started with WinForms, and I was like, oh my god, VPF is going to be so difficult. No, if you know WinForms, you already know like 60 to 90% of what you need to know to do VPF. Like it's actually not that difficult to go to VPF. And then when you get more comfortable with VPF and you want to try some of the features that they have, it just becomes even more nicer. Like Microsoft is really good at making. It's funny because Microsoft makes amazing good software when it comes to non-operating system software. For some reason, they can't make an operating system. But anything else they make is like any other software they make is just amazing. Visual Studio is amazing. C# is amazing. Office is amazing. Power BI is amazing. Like, if you compare that to how they do an operating system, like how the fuck can the same company that makes all these great tools be that bad at an operating system? And I honestly think it's because I think it's because there's too much legacy compatibility. Legacy compatibility they still need to maintain in the OS. I think that's why we have a lot of issues. Yeah, a lot of Windows. Like if you are Windows-based company, you use .NET. And you can .NET is open source or .NET framework. One of them I can't remember which one. But you can install .NET on your Apple and stuff like that. The only thing you can't use outside of Windows, it is different teams stuff. Mac, sorry. But yeah, .NET, you can run any command tool for .NET on any system. The only thing that's not universal is VPF and WinForms and stuff like that. So if you want to make GUI tools, you have to run a third-party GUI library. And of course, specific OS libraries, yeah. But .NET runs great on Linux and Mac OS. So if you're making a lot of like back-end stuff and console apps and stuff like that, it's amazing. Yeah, I fucked around with that a little bit, but again, I'm working on Windows, so VPF is where we go. Yeah, Don, you're right, yeah. Yeah, .NET is great. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of alternative file managers. Just can't remember what they're called for Windows. Is it a Rain? No, Rain. So that's a IE. Yeah, I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Automation scripts and tools are quite fun. Oh, I have a. That's another one that I may also make a video about and put into Discord. I have a. I think it is .NET, but it's a Windows specific tool that just it updates via Winget and then it updates. It opens up. It's basically my updating tool for work that I have made in C#. So it updates your Winget repository, and then it opens up Windows updates and the Microsoft Store. So it just makes it easier and faster to update, basically. I run that every week at work. I also have a tool that look at all connected devices for your network and print out their name, MAC address, and open ports. I think it is. But that's a PowerShell script that I made. Oh, piling up logs, that's not good. Why the fuck did it do that? It just made logs all the time. Was there like an exception or something like that? Or did it just make them for no reason? Oh, event, yeah. So it just think there's new events all the time. Yeah. Yeah. Find them and fire them. Find them and fire them. Oh, that's your bag. What bag is it? Can you type in the name? Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that. Why do Jinx send job applications when I told her I could find her a fucking job? What the fuck is wrong with that lady? I think she don't want a job. Anyway. Oh, Solo New York. I never heard about that. Or about those. How to spell York? I can never spell York. So I'm a little bit of a back nerd. Oh, yeah. I've seen them before. I just did not know they were called Solo New York. A job in, then I get. Yeah, I think they go by another name in Denmark. Like Tigers, or something like that. So I have this one. This is the bag I have. Don't look at the price. It's super expensive. But yeah, I just got this one a few months ago, and I love this bag. It's amazing. It's so fucking good. And I like it because there's a lot of room in it. It has a lot of compartments. It's super comfortable, and yeah, I can put a Starlink in there, yeah. So I noticed one thing, and that is that if you want to carry a lot of stuff, you need a lot of pockets. Even though, like, you get more out of your 20-liter bag, for example, with more pockets it has. Because if you don't have any pockets, everything would just fall down to the bottom. And you feel like you're not getting the same amount of space out of it. So you can't have that tall of things in it. It also helps to stoop the weight better. But if you can afford it, it is an investment. Don't. I'm not going to fucking bullshit you here. It is an investment. Wait, where's that compartment? I don't have that compartment. Do I have that compartment? Am I getting confused now? Huh? What? I have the 26 liters. They kind of do that done already. Oh, I think it's because it's from the old bag that... Oh. Yeah, because this is how mine looks like. But it does ride hide. It's not one of those bags you can have dangling over your asshole. And in the other pocket here, I have an umbrella because it rains. Yeah, it deals with a pocket. Yeah. No, but this is one of those bags you buy, like it's a lifetime bag. They are really doable. So the other bag, the previous bag I had was a Belroy. And it was also 26 liters, but it was roomy, but I feel I have more room in the one backpack I have now than the other one. So where is it? Actually, really, this one here. This is a really nice backpack. Like, really nice backpack. That was the old one I had. But there was just too few, like, pockets. This big brain pocket here is amazing. You can have so much shit in it. And, like, I would not use this as a tech bag. I would use this more as a travel bag, to be honest. But it's also 26 liters. But I just feel like I have more room in this one. Because it has all the extra pockets. So I can distribute the things I have more than I can here. But like again, this is a super... Like I fucking... Like I was actually sad that I had to stop using that bag. Because I actually really liked it. It's actually a really good bag. But I go shopping every day after work, so I kind of like that I can have a lot of shopping items in it. And this one here, I just couldn't have the same as this one here. Even though that they technically are the same size. And this pocket here is almost useless. Not totally, but almost. But yeah, like, when you touch, I would say this one here, when you touch this one here, you feel like you're touching or having like an Armani shirt, or like it just feels so good like, of course it's quality, but it just feels so nice. Like, it feels like it's designer shit you have bought. Where this one here just feels a little bit more, rocket. You know, like outdoorsy. Like, it's not feeling bad, but it just feels like... So, this would be a lumberjack. This would be like a well-dressed CEO, you know, like, clean shirt, stuff like that. Where this feels a little bit like a lumberjack, you know, rough around the edges and stuff like that. But this feels way more bulletproof and better quality components than this one here. But they are both equally as doable and stuff like that. This is how bad it was. When I bought this bag, I took this bag with everything in it, with a laptop in it and stuff like that, and I put it inside this bag here and carried it home. That's how big this bag is compared to the other one. Yeah. 2 pockets plus these. Yeah, this one here has even more. The LTT backpack I don't like. It's just a cheap, shiny... It's a money grab. It's a money grab. I'd rather buy this one here or any other backpack. But this specific backpack or this brand here, Evergoods, is like, if you're into backpacks, these are like... This would be like Gucci or Prada or... you know, like, this is what this brand is for backpacks. It's like a designer backpack. And this is from Montana. This is from Belvoir. It's Australian. And this is also a designer backpack. Both these companies make designer backpacks. Like, expensive designer backpacks. So you do pay a lot of money for that. But these two are one of the 2 best backpacks I ever had. The other one was... was these here. So I had I had this one, and I had that's the 12th one. This one. So this one here, like this is like half the fucking price. But these here, this one here is like really good for traveling and if you have a lot of shit. So when I worked outdoors job, I had this one here because this is like super fucking rugged. And you can attach a lot. I had like gloves dangling off it, water bottles and all kind of crazy shit. And it's super big. It's like 37 liters. So when I went home, I could then put shopping things in it. But it looks, you know, like if you go into an office and shit like that, it does look a little bit like I'm expecting the world to be run over by zombies kind of thing. You just give off a vibe. But this is like these two backpacks. So if you want a smaller one, this is the last one I had from them. This was 24 liter. These two are my best backpacks overall. They are army bags. They are built for the army. That's why they're so doable. But I love them. But they don't really have any computer compartments and stuff like that, so I had to stop using them. But for anything, I used to have my laptops here in the water bottle or water bladder compartments. But yeah, these one here, you cannot break them. You cannot break them. This one here was just a little bit too small for me. The 24 liter. This was too small. I've become a teenager here. This was too small if I wanted gym clothes and stuff like that, and this is too big. So it's too small and too big. So that's why I went with this one. So 26 to 30 liters is my sweet spot. But yeah, like I love these backpacks. Also because they are like half the fucking price. You know. But I will say, these two backpacks here, when you use them, you just feel like it's like going into like a you know, just like a everyday car, you know, your Ford Focus or something like that, versus going into a limo or a designer car. Or going to McDonald's versus going and getting like a 4-star Michelin meal. You just feel these bags are well thought out, quality all over. The materials are super fucking nice. There's a lot of function in them. And they look good. These here are function over form and durability for, like, that's the main focus of them. They need to hold shit and they need to be doable. That's the only thing they designed for, these here. But I have thrown them around and dragged them around and they still look like new. This one I have here is like over 5 years old. This one here I gave away last year, but I had that for a year. And it still look new. With all the abuse I do, you know. Yeah, a surplus rucksack. This is kind of what these are, like. Think about them as a surplus laptop, more or less. But yeah, these two here also have a lot of rooms in, pockets in them. Like a lot of pockets. But I love these backpacks, man. But after the, you know, all those mass shootings and all that fucking shit that happened in the world the last 10-ish years, if you wander around with anything that look a little bit, in quotes, tactical, people starts to look at you. I would get like weird ass fucking looks at shops and stuff like that when I came with these backpacks on my back. Even if I would have like a fucking water bottle with fucking anime shit on it or something like that, they would still look at me like, what the fuck is going on here? Where if you have something like this, these here, people are like, oh, these are really nice, man, and stuff like that, you know, like, ooh, people actually like, But yeah, I just like that you can just put a lot of fucking shit on it. Like what I love about these two bags is that, so the way that I set them was, Bellroy do offer student discount, yeah. So what I love about these backpacks here is that everything I had on the inside I could put on the outside. So I have, so if I needed to, I had everything was in pouches, and all those pouches was MOLLE compatible. So if I needed more space, I could attach them all over around here. So I basically freed up the space in here, in the main room. But that meant that my backpack started to look like someone fucking invading a country or something like that. Which is not what you kind of want to go for when you're going and buying potatoes. But yeah, you know, I would have pockets like these here, pouches like these, and then they would have different things in them. And if I needed more space in here, I would put them on the outside. But then just become a really bulky motherfucker, to be honest. So I still have this one. I use this for when and if I want to go travel again, because it just holds so much shit. This may be my new remote streaming backpack. I'm working about seeing if I can go for walks and stream at the same time, do like an IRL stream. And this may be where I put in a laptop and then tether my phone to the laptop and stuff like that. And then this one here is my new travel and everyday carry bag. But yeah, I'm looking at what a lot of IRL streamers are doing. So if I can put my MacBook Air in here that holds like battery life for like 10 hours, and then I can have an extra battery in there also, and I can tether my phone to it, and use my phone as a webcam, or stream from my phone, but use this as have OBS on the laptop. I think this back here would be amazing for that. But it's something I'm working around with a little bit. But I do like this backpack. It's like these two. The only reason I like this better is because it has more pockets. It has more water bottle pockets and more organizational pockets. I wish this one had these as many pockets as this one. Then it would be my perfect bag. Potatoes for living distribution, yeah. But Bellroy makes a lot of good shit. I love their products. I have this one here, the Tech Organizer also. They are a little bit expensive. But this is by far the most expensive brand you can ever buy. But again, this is like... This is what a lot of people would call their Goldilocks bag. Their unicorn bag. Yeah, put some Velcro in front of it here. Velcro somewhere so we can put some patches on it. I love patches. And maybe make a room, a pocket here. Another water bottle pocket. Maybe another slim pocket out here. It would be the perfect bag. Hey, Greg. Yeah, North Face is some of the most used bags in Europe in general. I don't like them. They're too flimsy and... Yeah, I just don't like them. I'd rather have one of these than a North Face. But if I ever get a job where I have to work outside again, I'm buying one of these backpacks again and use that one instead. The only reason why I went with these two here is because they're more friendly for tech. They're more tech organized. It's easier to have tech with you around in these bags. Yeah, North Face is popular everywhere, but North Face is not. So North Face is a designer brand now, where they used to be an endurance brand. So they don't give so much a fuck about being good for the outdoors as much as being a fashion brand. So the last 10, 15, 20 years, all of their decision making is about the brand and the fashion versus functionality of it. You know, If I should go that route with like a cheap in quotes mainstream brand, I will go Osprey. Osprey seems to still focusing on form, durability, form and function and durability versus North Face. North Face just lost their way a lot of time ago. It's super cheap, mass-produced products that are focusing on getting the youth to buy them, basically. Osprey seems to still be about a lot about quality still. But if I want durability stuff, I go for military bags. They tend to be cheaper and last better. Like if you want things that last and are cheap, go for military bags. Or bags like this, like bags like this here. You cannot fucking wear this out. But they are heavier, they are more stiff to use. Yeah, Osprey. So like Osprey, what the fuck are they called? Osprey, sorry. Nebula? I think it's the popular one. This is their most popular bag right now. I'd rather have this. Yeah, the bird, yeah. So I'd rather have this than a North Face. Yeah, if I should choose, because this is like also one of those like mainstream, cheap-ish or affordable, outdoorsy brands. But yeah, I'd rather have that one than a North Face, because North Face quality's just gotten downhill really fast. I actually almost bought this one. But again, their laptop compartment is not as good as these two here. These two here, for tech people, these are like the fucking golden boys. If you're more like outdoorsy, camping, rocking, get like a 511 or Van Chris or something like that. But these are like super fucking cheap. This one here cost about the same as this one here. They cost about the same. And this is a 32 liters, and this will last you the rest of your life and the rest of your grandchildren's life. This one here will probably only last your life, if even that. But this one here is also super heavy. Yeah, I also got... That's also one of the reasons why I stopped using them, is because people start looking weird at me at the shops and stuff like that. So I gave this away to a friend, and I have this one still that are going to be my travel bag, I think, you know. Or if I'm just going into the nature, I may use that one. But they are fucking good bags, man. I do love them a lot. So I have the generation before them without the pistol compartment. Or the quick access compartment, or what you will call it. This is how it would look with not much in it. It looks like yeah, it looks a little bit funny. I've never been that much into camo. So my version I have of this one here is the double tap one. I don't know if they still have to make that. Yeah, this one here. This is mine. This is how it looks like. I love it. It's... If I have to do like a big shopping haul, I take this with me and just fill it up with fucking shit. It's so comfortable to carry a lot of heavy shit with this one. It is probably my favorite bag of all time. It's just too big for most use, to be honest. And this is my second one. But had they just had better tech compartments, I would love using them. Yeah, no, I just don't. Like I said, people, and it's not just one person that will look at you. A lot of people will look at you, and it's just. Also, it also like when you're going into an office or a meeting, it just looks better having one of these things on your back than fucking looking like you're coming out from a fucking shooting exercise or something like that. You know. This is used a lot, though. This is these guys. They're kind of taking over in North Face, if you ask me. But I do like my backpacks. I have a lot of them, or have had a lot of them. I tend to either throw them out over the years or give them away. But yeah, this one is fucking amaze balls, man. It probably the one with the best water bottle pockets ever. They're so like expandable. I see here how much shit he can put in it. Blink. First I thought that was a dildo, but it's a toothbrush container. Northern England. I just watched someone take a guy around Wales for like 5 days. It was actually really interesting. We had some really big water dashes today. Like it really started to rain for like an hour and then it stopped again. But other than that, we haven't had much rain this year. Weirdly enough. Normally it tends to rain quite a bit here in Denmark. This there is a really nice little compartment, to be honest. I've held off like for 2 years buying this backpack because it is a little bit tad expensive. But I'm glad I did. It's worth the fucking money. I have the 26 liters. And that one there is also the 26 liters. This is exactly the bag I have, that one he's showcasing there. It is expensive. It is, but I think this may be the only bag I buy. Obsidian, it depends on how big you are. So bag sizes, the taller you are, the bigger bags you can get away with. Because the taller you are, the smaller the bag will look on you. It's only when you're then putting it on the ground besides other people's bags, they will notice how big it is. And they will like... So my everyday bag used to be like a 37 liter bag. And nobody would say anything until I took it off and put it on a chair. And they're like, oh, that's actually a big fucking bag you have there. Like, yeah, but I go shopping every day, you know. 26 is... that's good enough for you. That will not... I don't know, that would be fine for you. It's more the height. It's more the height that determines how big a backpack looks on you. So if you're 170 tall, yeah, a 26 liter will be great for you. 30 and up may be a little bit big for you, depending on how the bag is designed. So this one here bulks out a little bit more. You know, it gets thicker. This one is a little bit more on the taller side. So, you know, there's different ways of getting the same liter amount. This one here does it more in the length a little bit, I will say. Where this one here is expanding outward. So if you... this is a really good example. So if you're not using it... See, there's not much in this back here, so it's collapsing on itself a little bit more. This one would not do that so much. Because it's a little bit more longer in it. But you can't go wrong with... Like, for 170 centimeters, both of these bags would be fine. This... I will use this if you don't have a lot of smaller items, but a lot of big items. I will go for this one here. If you have a lot of, like, tech and knickknacks and stuff like that, I will go with this one just because there's more organization pockets. There's more place to put all your knickknacks and your things and stuff like that. But if you are like a simple traveler with 1 or 2 pouches with like only a few extra things, this one, because it don't have the same amount of pockets. But I do really like this brain pocket here. And I also, like, if you are taller, you can see they narrow out here. These can be a little bit irritating because they can go up in your armpits a little bit. Because the straps are not built for that tall people. But this one here, I don't have that problem with this one here. So I'm 6'4", so 193 centimeters tall. And this one here sits way better on my shoulders than the other one does, than this one here. These here starts to like, so if I'm walking a long time, these can be a little bit, they don't hurt, it's just irritating to have underneath your armpit. Purse sizes of smaller people. That would be a 20 liter, 18 liter. So you will use a, yeah, exactly, Don. If you're just going for like a 1-day hike or yeah, the 26 liters should be enough for you, yeah. It definitely should. Yeah. But I always say for a backpack that you use every day and you're on the taller side, 26 to 30 is probably the sweet spot. If you're a little bit on the smaller size, 24 to 26 would probably be okay. If you go under 24, you barely can handle anything. You know, like, You can only have the things that you have with you. What I like about 25 to 30 liter bags is that you always have a little bit extra space for gym clothes or shopping things and stuff like that. But if you are like, I'm only using this for work, I'm not using it for anything else, you can go beneath 24 liters. It's not that fun being tall. Everyone else is smaller than you, and things in stores and shops hit you in the face, and you have to bend down to do a lot of things and bend over, and yeah, it's actually not as fun as people think it is. You spend more money on clothes. They tend to be a little sometimes more expensive if you go up in the taller and stuff like that. Shoes are fucking mess. Being average size is probably the best place to be honest. Or average height. Because that's another thing by being tall. A lot of backpacks sit really bad on you if you're tall. Really bad on you. They are really uncomfortable to carry. You know. Scandinavia has a lot of tall people also. You know. I don't like toe shoes. Toe shoes are really fucking weird. But yeah, so if you are tall, you typically have to buy bigger backpacks before they start to sit comfortable on your body. So for me, it's 26 to 30 plus liters. They start to be really comfortable. Actually, the bigger the backpack, the better they are for my to wear. Yeah, but a lot of things claims to be more healthy. That's just marketing bullshit. So a 36 liter, the 36 liter bag I showed you, the military bag sits really well on me. It's so comfortable to wear. But it's 36 liters. Yeah, I don't buy it. They say, so here's the thing. The reason why they think it's better is because the toes are separated. It looks more natural. The matter of the fact is we are not built to run in shoes to begin with. So the healthiest thing to do to run is run without shoes. Anything else, just buy some good quality shoes and that's it. For walking and running. Don't buy the cheapest and don't buy the most overexpensive designer shoes you can find. Just buy good quality shoes. Because no matter how you bend and twist it, we are not meant to wear shoes. So therefore, no shoes are good for you. In most, if not all of those things, when it comes to shoes, a lot of it is just marketing bullshit. Because when you think about it, it's kind of hard to sell shoes. If they are comfortable and well built, that's all they need to be. Comfortable and well built, maybe look a little bit nice. But other than that, that's it. I have one pair of shoes I wear for everything, and it's Australian working boots. And when I have them on, they look like I'm running basically around in cowboy boots. But they are not that tall. You know, and they are super comfortable. I can use them for walking, hiking, even running if I wanted to. Because I just put a new sole into them that, you know, that accommodate that, and that's it. Well, that's why we get like calloused skin underneath our feet. Get like leathery skin underneath our feet. The only reason it's painful is because you don't do it all the time. If you only ran barefoot outside, it would not be painful to run outside anymore after like a month or so. The problem is that you will run around with like dirty fucking feet all the time. Dirty, stinky feet all the time. But yeah, the only reason it hurts running without shoes is because you're not used to run without shoes. But yeah, it's don't buy into a lot of the hype, or not hype, but a lot of the bullshit that the shoe industry is trying to say. It's really fucking like, get good quality shoes, you know. Yeah, go do your thing, Greg. Just good quality shoes. That's it. And good quality shoes don't cost a lot. Like, they are more expensive, but they like, we're not talking about buying $1,000 shoes here. Yeah, of course, like, if you have some form of health limitations, you should have that in mind also, you know. Yeah, they do a lot of marketing shit. It's kind of the same with t-shirts. Like, a t-shirt is a fucking t-shirt. Yes, the fabric can have a lot of saying, but there's not a lot of difference between t-shirts other than the fabric. So most people buy t-shirts because of the design, you know, the logos and stuff like that. So get a good quality fabric that, again, don't cost much or that much more, and you're good, you know. A lot of clothes shit is overrated. Like, the only thing that's really, like, merino wool is the only real thing you should listen to. I had a few, I was just stupid enough to put these shirts in a fucking washing machine, and they got broken after 2 times. But merino wool is amazing, you know. Yeah, exactly, Chloe, yeah. How's the fish doing, by the way? But what you those, like, quote unquote designer T-shirts, what you a lot of the time you get there is the quality control. So the shirt may not be, it may be of the same fabric and stuff like that, but you're paying for them basically sorting out the shirts with the, like, you are guaranteed to get or should, in quotes, be guaranteed to get a shirt that has no faults in it, so the seams are right, there's no loose threads and stuff like that. Oh, that's nice. Nice. Fish can be really relaxing, just sitting and watching, doing their thing. But yeah, a lot of the time when you're, again, not all the time, but a lot of the time when you're buying expensive, it's like you're just buying for the certainty of the quality. Yeah, I'm debating, like, I'm debating if I should get a cat or a fish. Or maybe a hamster. But hamsters are noisy as fuck in at night. 5 years is quite a long time, yeah. But if I get a cat, I need to rearrange my apartment a little bit, I think. And I need to throw out a lot of shit I just have laying around I don't use anymore. I would love to have a dog. I just can't have it in my apartment. I do like hamsters and stuff like that, but like I said, they're just noisy. Hamsters are fun as fuck, though. And they are kind of cute. Yeah, birds, I can't have birds here. They will be too noisy, I think. And what I like about cats is that you can, you can sit and pet them and stuff like that. Yeah, but you can't pet a snake. That's why I'm thinking cat or dog. But I can't, like, my apartment's too small for a dog. So it has to be a cat. I just miss having, like, having a pet that you can play with and you can chillax with in the couch and stuff like that. Yeah, cats are really personality-driven cats. But then, like, that's the one of the reasons why I never had pets is that you now you can't just leave. Or guinea pigs or hamsters, yeah, Uh, but when you have an animal, you just can't go. You just can't leave. You can't say, "Oh, I'm going to visit my grandmother for a week." You have to deal with that shit. You know. You become even more housebound when you have animals. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. A cat can live for a couple of days. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, a few days, of course, is not that big of a deal, but their poop is not that big of a deal for me. The furniture thing, if you keep them stimulated, they should not do the furniture thing. I've heard. I have a few cat experts that I work with that are looking after cats in the spare time. Yeah, the piss thing is also a thing you can kind of deal with. They tend to do that if they're not happy where they live. They piss all over the place. Yeah, it could be that your cat is just playing with your daughter. I don't know. Oh, she could just be hissing because she's refining her hunting skills. May not be harmful hissing or what you will call it. Little cat hunter. The guinea pigs are quite neat to have, yeah. No, I prefer dogs over cats, but I do like cats. It's not like I hate them or anything like that. But if I should choose, I would choose a dog. You know, if I could, like, if I had to choose one or the other. Yeah, cats are really territorial, so that kind of makes sense. Wait, did the dog go after you? Labrador retrievers tends to be really human friendly, though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dogs take work, but I don't mind that. Like, walking the dog would be beneficial for me, though. I do like huskies. Cats, it depends on what personality your cat has. I had cats that was like super fucking clingy. Like really clingy cats, and seen people or known people that have really clingy cats. As I've also seen people have dogs that barely wanted to talk with humans at all. It depends on what personality you get, both from dogs and cats. You know. Yeah, I've seen people walk their cats with like little harnesses on them and everything. Black labs are really nice, also. I would love like a pit bull or a German Shepherd or something like that, but they are a lot of work. A lot of work. Like you need to fucking stimulate them a lot, or else they will ruin your apartment or your house. I like clingy cats. They have for some reason I really like clingy cats. They are really funny to me. Yeah, so that's more because their owner don't take care of them. So cats are really easy and simple creatures. They won't love you if you don't love them. So if you don't show your cat love and take care of it as it needs to be taken care of, it just ignores you. It will be there and it will play with you, but it will not like it will not see you as someone equal or its owner or someone it cares about. Where a dog will, if you give it food, you is its best fucking friend on earth. You know, a dog don't care much about how even how badly you treat a dog. It will still try to. It's like a kid like that. You know, it still tries to be your best friend and stuff like that. A cat treats you like it treats as you treat it. In most, again, personality plays into it. But if a cat don't give a fuck about their owner, it's because their owner really don't give a fuck about the cat. Because they don't need the same affliction or what it's called like dogs do. Water puppies. And food. I'm not saying cats equal adult and dogs like kids. It's just more that I would say cats independent, dogs dependent. Because dogs are smarter than cats. And more protective. And there's a lot of benefits over having a dog over a cat. And good benefits. But dogs just have a super hard time of being independent. Unless it's like a German Shepherd or something like that, like a guard dog. But if they get bored and being independent, they will start ruining shit. You know, dogs, like I said, dogs. If you stimulate a dog enough, it takes care of itself. But you just have to stimulate a dog. It has to have its runs. It has to have and again, it depends on what kind of dog you're getting. So let's say you're getting a German Shepherd or a Pit Bull or Mischief or something like that. You need to activate them a lot during the day. So give them like good runs, because they're meant they are been bred to spend energy. And if they get to spend the energy that they have in them, they are just as easy as any cat is. And it's the same with cats. If you don't stimulate your cat, it will start to ruin your furnitures. It will pee all over. Basically, it's because it's bored. That's not... Again, Scooby, it depends on what kind of dog you get and also what kind of cat you get. It's like... Some dogs are super fucking problem solvers and patient, and some are stupid as fuck. And the same with cats. But dogs do take more work. You need to activate them more. Or stimulate them, depends on how you look at it, but, you know. Yeah, and you need to stimulate your dog depending on what breed it is. You know. Stimulating is not just sitting and talking to it. You know. So if it's like a German Shepherd or something like that, they need to run. You know, they're guard dogs. They need to fuck around and run. If it's a retriever, they need to fetch things. You know. You really have to know your dog. And a lot of people, they just think all dogs are the same. And some dogs also do better with being alone versus other dogs. And some dogs will challenge you all the fucking time because they want to see if you're the alpha or not, or the lead or not. So you can't relax with it. Like huskies are really, really notorious to test you all the time. The same with, I think it's pit bulls and stuff. They will test you all the time. Can I get away with this? Can I get away with this? Can I get away with this? Because they want to find the weakness. And they need to be put in their place. All dogs goes to heaven, yeah. You cannot install Linux on a dog. There's no breedless dogs. Dogs need to breed to get born. You're thinking about design and purebred dogs. A lot of instances, designer dogs or lineage dogs are actually worse than just normal dogs. Because they are inbred and they have a lot of genetic not inefficiencies, but the gene pool is so bad that they would have a lot of sicknesses, disposed to sicknesses and stuff like that. You cannot run an AI agent on a dog, no. So if you get one of those designer dog or purebred dogs and stuff like that, they a lot of times they will have like one or two sicknesses that they are really prone to get because of that. It could be hip problems. So like bulldogs have a lot of fucking ear and nose problems and infections and stuff like that. I think its labs have a lot of hip problems. You know. Missing audio drivers. Yeah, maybe. Chihuahuas, they just yell their eyeballs out. It's like... I don't like too small dogs. Like Chihuahuas and you know, stuff. I don't like those. They're too fucking small. They're more like rats. They're not dogs. Like, if you can put your dog in a handbag, they are not a dog. That's right, Chloe, and that's because purebreds, like I said, they can have like a disproportional risk of a lot of sicknesses. It's because Chihuahuas and stuff like that, they are designer dogs. They are meant to be like a statement, a fashion statement. Where pit bulls, bulldogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, Alpine dogs, Huskies, they are built for function. They are made to do something. That also means that they need to be active more and be activated more, stimulated more. Hairless cats, for example, is also what you will call a designer cat, and I think white cats is also not natural. They also bred. There are a few cat species that are what you will call designer, that they are purposely bred into being what they are. Because some fucking rich idiots thought that would be a good idea. Yeah, they're proprietary, yeah. Where the fuck is all the angry Linux users today? I'm so sad. We wanted to be yelling and screaming. I want to show them how angry I am. They gave up. Well, I just really want to talk to an open source guy that believes really in open source, because then I will tell him that his girlfriend has to be open source also, because he apparently likes sharing everything with everyone. So, I feel a bit lonely today. Open source your girlfriend. Or boyfriend, or whoever the fuck you're with. Nobody will win. Yeah, the sound card, yeah, to work, yeah. Yeah, open source or open your legs, yeah. But it's all for the community, right? Like, you give, I take. Yeah, like, this is one of the things, like, a lot of nerds have girlfriends or boyfriends. There's also a lot of girl nerds and bi nerds and homosexual nerds, or whatever the correct word is to say. But they will still be the idiots that they are. They will just find someone that aligns with their idiocracy, and then they will, compile together. Because we are humans, and humans desire relationships. So it don't matter if you're a obnoxious Linux nerd or not. You will still do all you can to get that companionship. So a lot of them do have relationships. I'm sure of that. It may not be the best relationships, and it may also be a degenerate like themselves, but yeah, the MIT license is, in my opinion, also the best license, yeah. This sounds like someone is moaning in this fucking song here. What the fuck? Do I know this bird? I have no idea who this is. Oh well. Apparently I requested to befriend someone. I had no clue who the fuck they are. I just did a quick tear farm on both. Okay. I was in his Discord a few years ago, and it was just hentai porn all over the fucking place. Is it still filled with like lollies and shit like that? Like, it was so obnoxious. It was just like animate cities all over the place, and it was. Oh, it is? Oh, god damn it. I don't know how he's still like. Yeah, it was so bad that when I was on his podcast, he was like, "Don't go into my Discord. It's full with fucking degenerates." And I just had to see it, and yes, it's just a fucking degenerate fucking place. Yeah, and they are crazy, yeah. And being able to, you can also make proprietary software work. You just contact the owner of the code and get it from them. Most people that do proprietary software, if you ask, if let's say their project fails or something like that, if you ask them to get the source code, a lot of times they will just give it to you. Yeah, I was on his podcast like fucking years ago under a different name. He was more sane back then. And then he had the what the fuck was his name? The one with the beard. I do like him quite a lot. I can't remember his name now. Uh, one of his editors came into my Discord and played smart. I can't remember his name. Not the Linux cast is fucking amazingly bad. No, he's an American. Oh, the Linux cast is fucking. He made a video for like 30 minutes about how he did not want to help his mom with her PC because he was not running Windows. And bitched and moaned about that she expected him to help her out. And I was like, dude, you came out of her vagina. Fucking just work on her computer. Yeah, he's. Now, what the fuck was his. What is his. I can't remember what his channel is named now. But one of his editors or script makers is like a kid, and he's making a Linux distribution now, and it's so bad. He thinks he's going to take over the world. He was so angry at me a few times because he has no idea what the fuck he's getting into. He thinks like he's a fucking rockstar developer. He's like 18 or 19 years old. He has the answer for everything. Everything. But yeah, the Linux cast is like one of the worst fucking YouTubers ever to have existed. But he's just one of those fucking stupid Linux people that, I'm not going to work on your system if you're not running Linux because I'm so stupid I can't figure out not to do it or how to do it. Just fucking. Like, if you think you can get a job where you only work on Linux, you're fucking mistaken, my friend. That's a lot of Linux people think that they only can work on Linux for the rest of their life. He's so stupid. Oh yeah. I saw that with. I didn't see it, but I saw that you posted it. I refuse to watch any Linux content. I just don't want to deal with that shit anymore. I just really don't want to deal with it. I'm done with that fucking shit. I don't want to watch it. Every time I get a video recommended in my feed with Linux on, I'm like, don't recommend channel anymore. I don't want to hear about it. I'm so fed up with it, it's not even fun anymore. I do my own thing on Linux, and if I need anything to do with Linux, I go into forums or ask a fucking AI or anything else before I go to any fucking Linux video. I just don't want to have anything with that community to do with that community. They are so fucking stupid. I'd rather sit and read manuals for 2 days, even if it's faster to ask someone in the community. I just don't want to deal with them. I have not watched a Linux video other for reaction in years. I just don't want to, like, it's 90% propaganda and fucking bullshit and 10% actually what I need. And then they're sniffing their own farts and eating their own fucking cum. Yeah. Oh, you tried his, yeah, I haven't been in his, like I said, I did the podcast, I went into his Discord and stayed there for 10 minutes. And then I left again. So, yeah. There is no good Linux content anymore. There just is no good, because every Linux content, not every, but most Linux content is, I am here because something other is bad and the devil and stuff like that. Or it's Linux content where they bitch and moan about proprietary software and how good and great and amazing foss and Linux is. I can outline almost like 99% of all Linux videos that you will see on YouTube with bullet points. And you will get most of them in every of those videos. When you have watched a lot of Linux videos, you notice that all of them are the same. They are all the same. Every new Linux distro review, let's look at the pre-installed, or let's look at the installer. What software is installed? What wallpapers do we have? How does it run on my system? What is my opinion? And that's it. That's every fucking, not every, but 99% of all distribution reviews out there. On to the next one. Yeah, Ubuntu Fork 2500, yeah. Oh, they have this neat little, and then like, this month, this is the best fucking distribution on earth, and everyone should be using it, and blah, blah, blah. Next month is another one. They're so inconsistent with that also. One day Fedora is the best distribution on earth, the next day it's Debian, and like every 6 months, they go into this like massive, like, it is also a funny thing now I'm thinking about it. Every 6 months they go into this like wind up to a new Ubuntu release. So a month before it gets released, everyone gets super hyped out, and then they reviewed it and talk somewhat favorable a lot of the time about Ubuntu, and then they start hating it for the next 3 or 4 months until they start to spool up for a new release. The same with Fedora. So you don't need to test on bare metal. That's a mistake that a lot of people have. The only reason you would want to test on bare metal is to test specific hardware. So if you want to see how good the NVIDIA and AMD drivers are, yeah, you can test on real hardware. Other than that, there's no reason to test on real hardware. Because your RAM is passed through, your CPU is passed through, you're basically running on real hardware anyway. And in some instances, depending on your DJWare did a test of this, multi-threading it sometimes is faster and more efficient in a virtual machine than your real hardware. So you're actually giving it a benefit in some instances. And in a virtual machine, you can also test how it or easily test how it handles. I used to do that quite a lot, where I gave it like 1 or 2 gig of RAM. How does this system run on 1 or 2 gig of RAM? How does it run on 1 core? And then I will give it more cores and see where it's like, where does it, at what point does it become unusable or too sluggish, or you get what I'm coming at here. Like, what is like, okay, they say you can run it on 2 gig and 2 cores, but how is that actually, how is that experience really? But then all the copium in the world came out, and oh, you're not doing it right, and oh. Uh, yeah. They need to set up their VMs correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I would see the only benefit, like I said, if you're going to test the NVIDIA drivers or AMD drivers, don't bother with pass-through and all that bullshit. Just do it on have a laptop you can test it, or not laptop, like an old computer you can test it on or something like that. But most distribution reviews are not really about the technology. What they are showcasing you is, this is how you install it, this is what comes with it, this is my opinion. They don't dive deep into the new fixes or new update. They may read the release note, but they don't dive into, oh, this is why this is fixed, or this is why they do this, or this is some new version that is really important that we got in this release because it gives you better I/O performances or something like that. They rarely go into like technical stuff like that. Overstreet. Who the fuck is Kent Overstreet? It's basically like me opening a bag of candy. You know, like I'm reviewing a bag of candy and I'm like, this is a bag of candy. This is how you open it. This is what's in the bag of candy. Oh, there's too many of these and too few of those. I'm putting them back together again. And that's it. I'm not even tasting them. You know, I'm not even tasting them. That's how most distribution reviews are. It's just like, yeah, I could install the distribution and figure this on my own in like 30 minutes or 10 minutes. DistroTube used to make some of the worst distribution reviews on Earth. He would sit for way too long looking at themes and icons and stuff like that. Yeah, it's nice, I guess, but what if you can't run your fucking system? You know, let's figure that one out first. You don't have to work in IT to check those things. You can just, like I said, look at the release notes. And then, oh, these things have been updated. Look into why they got updated and then just read why they got updated. You know? It really don't take much to get somewhat informed information about, or give informed information. Explaining Computers is actually a good channel. I like him quite a lot. He actually makes some good content. Yeah, it don't take much to gather and not gather, gather and send out information. Because most people don't read the README notes. So you're already providing some information that most people would not really know that much about. OMT Ubuntu do a somewhat good job of get informed content. You know. And they are just bloggers. Hobbyists. And Chris Tiles Tech is a fucking lunatic. He's a lunatic. He made a review of a game, I think it was Elden Ring. Like, it runs so much faster on Linux and blah blah blah, and you could blatantly see that the graphic fidelity on Linux was so much lower than on Windows. So much lower than on Windows. So either it upscaled or it was not using the same lightning or whatever the fuck it is. But when he stopped and looked at something, you could blatantly see that there was shadows were not there as good. It was lower fidelity, so of course it's going to run better. It was like the Linux version was running 720p and the Windows version was running 1080p basically. Of course it's going to run fucking faster if you're using lesser fidelity options. Or if it just defaults to lesser fidelity options because Linux don't support a lot of the protocols that Windows support. So Windows may run more taxing, shadowing, and stuff like that. It's like... And then he was like, oh, I'm going to install Debian. And then he added this... Oh, god damn it. He called himself a Linux expert, and he installed Debian for them to take a lot of Ubuntu PPAs and enable them in Debian, because apparently you can do that. You can do that, and his chat was yelling at him for not doing it, where he had to make a video apologizing for him doing it, while he was calling himself a Linux expert. Like, oh no, you guys are wrong. Ubuntu and Debian packages are interchangeable. And then he broke his system and spent hours trying to fix it. He couldn't get something to work on the OpenSUSE because he couldn't find the package in the repository. I found it in 2 fucking seconds. He's just like... But then again, he just have to be smarter than the average fucking Linux user. And he is smarter than the average Linux user, because the average Linux user know nothing about Linux. God damn it, man. I haven't thought about him in forever. Yeah, Chris Titus Tech is... If Chris Titus Tech is a Linux expert, I am the guru of Linux. Like, I'm the all-knowing Linux Jesus. Bow before me. Yeah, he couldn't see the extra frames, yeah. Oh, the MacBook Pro 2012 used to be like the go-to MacBook. I don't know if he's bragging about his Windows certifications, but that was a fun fucking arc, yeah. If DSP started a Linux channel, he would probably be Chris Titus Tech, yeah. Yeah, the honeymoon phase are the best, man. Yeah, Michael Todd, he's the guy that wants to psych up his friends and family members into using Linux. Yeah, he also calls himself a Linux expert. And he also know almost nothing about what the fuck he's talking about. Like, if all those people are experts, I don't know what the fuck I should call myself. I should make a video. I should really make a video, like, and the title would be, I am a Linux guru, times 10 or something like that. And then just explain that if he is a guru or an expert, I have to be like fucking God tier or something like that, because I know at least a little bit more than they do. The Linux star, yeah, it's... You cannot call yourself a guru or an expert. Yeah, look at my neofits, I'm a hacker. Oh, god damn it. Neofits is only good for one thing. When you need to take a screenshot and show it to your friends. That's what Neofits is good for. I don't want to start up the terminal and have to clear it fucking... because I don't have any space for actually work. Yeah, the old keyboards feels really great, yeah. Apple really fucking... they stopped making good keyboards in a long time. For a long time. Yeah, nobody wants to watch tutorials anymore, stuff. Or Max. I'm sorry to say it. You have to be super lucky or super fucking good to get any traction with just doing tutorials. Like, look at Gamers Nexus, which is basically a super well... Or his channel was meant to be like a knowledge-based channel. He still makes a lot of drama, or not drama, but entertaining content. Like, he's going and doing interviews now. He's doing long form. What is it called? The fuck is it called? What is it called? Journalism. What is it called? where you go out and be critical. I can't fucking remember. But he's becoming more of a journalist, more or less. Than he's still super knowledgeable and they do knowledgeable content, but it's not so hardcore as it used to be. There's a lot more jokes in it. There's a lot more, which is not bad, of course, but there's a lot more easy consumer-friendly stuff in it, or else he can't keep the viewer base he have. The sad reality is that most people don't go to YouTube to learn. They go to YouTube to get entertained. So if you look at all the popular tech YouTubers in any field, their content is primarily entertainment and then knowledge. When you look at the most successful YouTubers. And if you look at the most non-successful YouTubers, that's actually where you learn stuff. You know. I don't find Chris Tice's tech useful. The thing that he can... Here's the thing. The thing he shows you with PowerShell and Windows, go to Microsoft Learn and you can do any fucking thing in there. Here you go. It's free and you can go nuts in here and it will teach you so much more about any of the things he talks about with Windows. This is like... Heck, they will even fucking teach you Python in here. They can teach you C#. They can teach you C++. You just go nuts in here. If you spend a few hours a day in here under whatever fucking thing you want to learn about, if we go back here and we do PowerShell, like if you spend a few hours a day in here, you will know more about PowerShell and stuff like that than Chris Tice's tech will. Yeah, but do you know what those commands actually does? That's the thing. You need to know what the commands do. You can't find what on... I don't know what you want a link for. You just Google MS Learn C# tutorial. Don't become a copy-paste developer or admin. Because then when shit goes tits up, they will see how little you know. That means nothing that you're just copy-pasting them into another document so you can know where to look at them. Again, if you're a copy-paste admin or developer, when things goes tits up, they will know that you don't know what you're doing. Just be careful with that. Yeah, that's the quickest way to get fired, to just copy-paste. Without knowing what you actually are doing. Yeah, don't be a vibe coder. Like, AI and Google is a refresher. It's not like your, it should not do the work for you. It should just, like, if you've forgotten how to do something, that's where you go to the AI or Google. But if you don't know how to do something, do this stuff here first. This here first. And then, how is the file reader in Java now or then? Is it a stream or not a stream? I can't fucking remember. That's what you use AI and Stack Overflow for and stuff like that. So before AI, it was called Stack Overflow developer. So they just went into Stack Overflow and was like searching for people that had the same problems as theirs, then copy-pasted the code. You know. Yeah, make a README is a good idea. Or just commenting in your code. Or commenting it in your file. If you don't want to make like a full-blown README. do like a comment when necessary. There was one dude in here one time that said that a good developer don't need to do comments in their code because the code is self-explanatory. That has never worked ever. But this dude honestly believed that he could write a piece of code and remember without commenting a year later what he did. It has to be super simple code for that to happen, to be honest. If it's a print hello world or something like that, I kind of get it. But if you're making like a complex program, you can't fucking remember half of it a year later if you're not using commenting. The first language, so this is the thing. It depends on what you call a coding language, because some people say that HTML and CSS is a coding language. So that would technically be the first. And then it was Visual Basic, because I did all the courses they had available. Then it was a little bit, I didn't learn it, but before that I looked into Java, C, C++, but I didn't really learn them. So it was HTML, HTML, CSS, a little bit of Visual Basic, just like the stock standard entry-level Visual Basic. Then it was Python. Then it was C for Arduino, so alternate version of C, which I can't remember now because I only did it for like half a year. And now it's C# and Java that I'm fucking around with. So I'd say the real proper thing that I got not good at, but decent at, was probably Python, where I got comfortable with. But it for me to get comfortable with Python, I had to code for hours, and I'm not meaning 2 or 3 hours, hundreds of hours. Hundreds of hours before I was comfortable in Java. Oh, sorry, not Java, in Python. Where I'm like, okay, I actually know what the fuck I'm doing most of the time. JSON is not a coding language, it's a database structure kind of thing. And when you learn your first language and you get decent at it, everything else becomes more easier. So it took less time. You don't need, so here's the thing. You don't need to know everything. You don't have to remember everything. You just have to remember where to get the information. That's what you learn most of the time when you're learning, is where to find the right information. So what documentation is the best place to find it? Like I use Microsoft Learn a lot. So for example, if you go into .NET here, what's a good one? Let's do C#. So stuff like in here. I use this a lot. So let's see, I want to use some, I can't remember something about layout options. Controls. Constructors. You can go in here and go nuts, for example. And then when I kind of understand this here, I will then let's just say like, let's do it even more simple. So here we have controls. So this would be, this is a text box. So here we have a text box. So when I kind of understand this, so let's say I cannot remember how to do a text box in C#, But I know I've learned this. I just can't remember the right syntax. That's where I will use an AI. So I'll go into like Copilot or something like that. And I would be like I will do this. Like, oh yeah, that's right, it's like this, and then oh yeah, that's all the and then if I want to go more in depth, I will go back into Microsoft Learn. And then I will start to read up in here. So I only use the AI if I can't remember this syntax here. Like, I know what a text box is, I know what it can do, I know its attributes, and stuff like that. I just can't remember how to invoke it. Is it text box or text plug? Is it stuff like that? That's what I will use an AI for. And then if I want to go more in depth, I go back to the documentation. That's it. I will not do this like a lot of people do, like this. Never do this. Never, ever, 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 and I will slap my dick in your face. Never, ever, ever do this. Never tell an AI to build something for you. This will work. There's a 90% chance this will work. But then you copy this. Let's just do this. And you put it into your program and you run it and it works. And then you do it again and again and something fucks up and you don't know what fucks up. You don't know what a case you don't know what case is. You have no idea what this is. What is that? What is a switch statement? What is it? I don't fucking know. I just asked this to do it for me, and then I know C#, but I don't know what switch is. This is what most people do with AI nowadays that have no that should never be coding. If you do this with your code, if this is how you code, you should be slapped in the fucking face. Like, I'm not joking here. You are not a developer when you do this. This never. Never. Never do this. Never. Never ask it to do, but let's say you're like, I want to make a calculator. Let's make a new one here. So I want to make a calculator. Should I use an if statement or a switch statement? So you could do like this you can do. So the difference between a switch and an if statement in C#. You know, so me personally, I've never used a switch, but I've used a switch statement once in a while, but not much. So I may not be, okay, an if statement used for complex coordinations that involve relations or logical operators, so less than, greater than, equals and stuff like that. Switch statement best used for checking a single variable against multiple variables. Oh, this is what you can use it for. This is what you can use them for. And then if you want to be a little bit more smart, you can do which is faster. Okay, a switch statement is generally faster than an if statement, but an if statement is more flexible. So do you need more flexibility, or do you need more speed? And again, I'm going to say something here from what I have read over the years. There's not much of a speed difference. And as they say, a switch statement is actually only good if you're only using one condition that you check, or one thing that you're checking against. You can also do if-else statements and stuff like that. So a lot of older people, or not older people, but people that are familiar with older school so C++ and stuff like that, they love doing if statements, I noticed. I personally also like if statements a little bit better, because you can. What I like to do a lot of times is stuff like this here. Whoop. Let's just say I'm just making if I don't fucking know, if int a is smaller than int b, co. Oh, let's just do print. I'm messing up languages here, so just bear with me. And then I will do something like this here again. I love doing this. So if int a is greater than b, int b just bear with me in a second. I'll explain why I'm doing this. So I will do this instead of a switch statement or an int statement a lot of times. Because if nothing happens here, it would then check this one. It just continues the code. It makes it easier to read. I also think it's a little bit faster. And you don't need breaks and continues and all those kind of things. You could also do or I think it's just else in C#. Now they are one big if statement. You know, something you can also do something like this. So there's different ways of skinning a cat, basically. But I just like doing it the other way around. That also means that it's easier to, let's just remove this one here. You know, I can easily modify the code. I will honestly say your first programming language should be the hardest programming language you think you can master. Because if you learn Python or some easy, in quotes, easy programming language first, it gets super difficult. It's still more difficult to learn anyone else. Because the problem with Python is, so let's take Python. I think it's ln. This is three different programming languages that do the same thing. These two here is almost identical. I will tell you why they're almost identical and why they are almost the same. You probably see this as Python. What is this one down here? What is the console write line? What is this one here? C#. What is this one down here? It's C#'s father, Java. I don't think out should be in lower cases, to be honest. I don't think it should. Because you're invoking a method inside a class. So technically here, up here, I think this is a class. Also, I can't remember if print is part of a class. But these two here explain to you more of what's going on in the code than this one does here. So this here tells you that you're probably going into the console class and using the write line method that basically print out hello world. So it's showcasing you basically what a class is and what a method is. Python don't do that. You don't get into that mindset of how you're accessing classes and Pythons or classes and so this could also be a class is out. It would probably be a method with a method, I think, or class within a class. I can't remember where it is now, but let's just say it's a method within a method, and then print line is also a method. You can also do that, or this can be a class. Yeah. Yeah, but you get the idea what I'm coming at here. This here don't tell you anything in the code. This here tells you something in the code. That you are accessing something that's part of something that's part of something. Python don't teach you the same with that. Let's do it really simple. Figure out what programming language this is in. So we have, I think, C#, Python, C#, Java, and Python. You know that if there's quotation mark, that it's a string because you got taught that. But here, it actually tells you what you're putting in front of it. So this is what you will call verbose. So the more verbose a system is, the more you have to explain to it. So so this is a more verbose system versus in Python. A method is called functions in Python. So it would basically just be so again, up here we are saying we are making something public so it's accessible publicly. It's static. It's a string. So that means that in this method here, which also could be a function depending on how you look at it, it has to return a string. So that means we can do a string a equal Bob again. Where's good old? That's not it. Bob again. Return a. So for this to work here, we have to do this here. We don't need to do this in Python. If I'm not mistaken, we can just return something in Python. We can just do return. It's been a while since I've done Python, so this could be wrong, but I think we can just do this. So yes, this is more simple to read. But if you have no clue about programming whatsoever, this tells you more about what's going on. So that also means, and this is something I fucked up a lot in the beginning. What this means, void, well, that basically means you don't have a return thingy. It don't return anything. So this would technically, again, be a void method in or function in Python. So yes, Python is easy to read, but it's kind of like a non-type. Yes, thank you. So it's basically like, is it easier to learn? Is it easier to learn? How can I explain it? Let's use Paint again here. So is it easier to learn to draw with only boxes? Like, we can make a man out of boxes. He's a weird man, but it's a man. This is super easy. You know, I can teach, you could teach anyone to do this. But you don't have much control, you don't have much capabilities, you don't have much expandability. Versus if you learn to draw with your hand like this, where you actually have to make like a neck that goes out, then you have arms, you have a torso, you have legs. Like, he's really deformed here. Like, you can always see how much harder it is. You know. Then we have a nose here. We have a crooked mouth. He looks like a rapist, but whatever. You know, we have some bones here. You can see you could go much more in detail. You could do much more here. So I know a lot of people say, oh, learn Python. Learn this. Because it's easy, you get the concepts and stuff like that. And I can talk from experience. Going from learning Python to learn any other programming language is way more difficult than if I started with C#, Java, Rust, or any other programming language. Because Python did not really teach me much. So what you should do, learn the hardest programming language you can master. So maybe not assembly, maybe not C++ or C. Java could be a good one. So if you're new to programming, I would say Java, because that's super widely used. C# is one of the highest paid jobs in the fucking world. Learn one of those first. Because Java and C# is kind of easy. It's like between Python and, what is it called? C and C++, assembly and all those things. So, and you don't need to master Java or C#. Just become familiar with them, understand how they do classes, method, what a variable is, loops is, you know, while loops, if loops, switches. Learn all of the basics in one of these two programs. Because then Python become so much fucking easier. Because yes, you know it's dumbed down, but you know what's dumbed down. So that means that if you do Python for a while and you have to go back to C or learn C or C++, because you've learned these up here, you already understand the I call it the magic of the spell check. Like this is a C environment. Hey, they have a static, they have a const, but they have a static, they also have an end if. All of these concepts you will already know about if you learn the basics of Java, C#, or some other not so low level or without going too low level. I just got a message, give me a second. So if you learned like C# or Java first, this is not too different from you. But if you only know Python and you look at this here right now, you would be totally fucking weirdo. So this is basically a string. But I think C also have a string. Is it called string? If it's just one character. And they use character for multiple characters. There's something like that. Yeah, Bash is a mess. But it's basically like, look at it like this. If you know you're only going to use Python for the rest of your life, learn Python. But trust me, because Python hides so much for you, it's so much more difficult than it should be to learn anything else than Python. Because you don't understand, like I said, all this spell magic going on here. So this is a constant character, a constant string. You already know what this is. You can use constant in Python, but you never would use it. It would actually slow down the, what is it called? The compiler. So this is the super fucking weird thing. So you can, in Python, you can do stuff like this. But doing it like this will slow down your Python program. Because now it has to check for this, like, is it a string? Where in here, it already assumed that it's a string. You're basically putting an extra check on top of it. So checking it twice instead of one time, roughly speaking, and there's probably a better explanation. But it's faster in Python doing this than this. This compiles slower than this. So that means your code will run slower. But technically, this is more explicit, so you'll think it should be running faster. But if you think of a string like this, and you go into a C+, a C#, a C project like this, you are lost. But if you know C#, Java, this is not too alienated for you. So that means that, let's say you want to learn Rust. Don't start with Python. Start with Java, C#. Because the difference between Rust and Python is, like, stupidly fucking amazing. So Python and the distance between that and C# and Java is this. The difference between Python and Rust this is how hard it is to go from Python to one of these. Where if you go from C#, Java to Python, it would be like this. So let's put some more dots in between this one to see better. So the visual aspect of it is better. And C# versus Java to Rust would probably be this. I hope I draw in my point. I know a lot of the syntax is wrong, but I'm not doing this to be synthetically correct, but to draw in a point. Because Python is so non-explicit and is so unique to Python, there's a lot of things that are being left out that you need to know to do the other programming languages. So if you want to jump from Python to something else, it becomes even harder. So Java is still Java is one of the go-to programming languages for financial sectors, backends, old software. So when I mean old software that's built between the 90s and let's say 2015 or 2020, even today. C# is like I said, C# developers is one of the highest paid developers on earth. Everyone wants C# developers. And C# and Java is so close to each other that a lot of the things is almost the same. It's just the syntax is a little bit different, like you saw before. And let's say you know either C# and Java and they want you to learn Python. You already know Python then. You don't really have to learn Python. Because all you have to say is like, what magic words don't I have to say to do a string? What magic words can I leave out to do a function? The difference here becomes when you want to use Python and classes. Python's a little bit iffy with classes, but it's not too difficult. But you already know all of these things. It's just like, oh, how do Python handle this? Because most programming languages are class-based, object-oriented programming. Even Python is, but Python is a functional programming first. So it handles things a little bit different. With like functions versus methods and all that fucking shit. Well, function method, it's a wording differences here we talk about now. But basically, it's like Python is it's super powerful, but it's the dumbest form of communication. So if you can only communicate with 5 words, you would have trouble communicating with anyone else that can communicate with 10, 15, and 20 words. So maybe not go to the 20 words first, but take the middle ground. And that is C# and Java or some other language in there, where you get the basic understanding of why we do public and private and partial and constant and string and int and all that fucking shit. Why we do that. And then when you understand, it's like understanding the basics. And when you understand the basics, then you can dumb it down. Anything in life is about the basics. If you want to become a good footballer or a good dart player, pool player, martial artist, mechanic, learning and understanding the basics or the fundamentals is key to all of that. And that is what Java and C# and if you want to go nuts, C++ and maybe even Rust learns you. It teaches you what it actually means, what you actually are doing. And then when you understand the basics, you train the basics over and over again, and you understand them, and you're really, really good at the basics / the fundamentals, then you don't need to do all of that verbose talk, because you already get the basics. Then you can go down to a, in quote, stupider language like Python. Because the only benefit with Python, a lot of people think, oh, it's because it's easy to read. No. Why people love Python is because it's faster to write. That's why they love it. So let's say you want to make a project and it takes like, let's say 3 or 4 months in C# or Java. You can probably do it in half the time in Python. So that's why they use Python a lot in prototyping, MVP, smaller projects and stuff like that, because they can get them up and running really fast. It's not because it's better, or more stable, or easier to read and all that fucking stuff. It's just because it's faster to write. You can write more code with Python than any other programming language. Well, maybe not any, but than any of the ones we have right here. But you don't know the fundamentals. You need to understand the fundamentals. And C#, Java, Rust, maybe not Rust, but maybe not C, C++, and those kind of languages, they teach you the fundamentals. You learn really fast. And I learned this the hard way. Why you can't use static object in non-static classes, and the other way around. Why you can't use non-static object in non-static classes. You learn all of those things that helps become a better developer fast. I just hate this notion that everyone should learn Python. No, this should not. It's like we're going back to Goo Goo Gaga Goo Goo Goose talk. We're forgetting how to speak. Because then, let's say you're a Python developer for 10 years, and you get a job as a C# developer for some weird reason, you feel like you have to learn everything all over again because you have no concept. Look at it like this. If you're taking a development degree, if Python was that good, that would be the only language to teach you. It's not. You do learn Python, but you also learn C#, Java, maybe a little bit of C. But most educational systems around the world, in EU and America, they will teach you, or spend most of the time teaching you Java and or C#, or C# and or Java. And then Python is just something you learn on the side for like maybe one semester or 1 week or 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. And they probably focused mostly on C, Java, and C#, and Python was kind of like just like the stepchild that they talked a little bit about. Almost no educational system focused mostly on Python. Because you don't really learn much about programming in Python. Python is for people that already know programming. And I know this is probably a massive unpopular opinion. And I can say this, I spent 5 years learning Python. And when I started to learn Arduino C and C# and Java, it was so difficult for me. Why do I have to type all of this boring for... I can... when we interview the developer... I can tell, because he was the one helping me out with all of this. Because I was a Python guy. And I was like, why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do this? This is fucking irritating. Until I understood why we are doing it. Like, this is because then you understand what the code does. It makes you better at troubleshooting. It makes you better at building the right code. It's also way more flexible. You could do so much more in C# and Java than you can with Python code. It's way more malleable. But in the beginning, I hated C#, I hated Java, I hated anything that was not Python because it was too irritating to write all of this mumble jumble just to fucking do a string. But when you understand why, it's like, oh, Python is for people that already know how to develop. Because it's hiding a lot of what's... Like, I'm not joking here. When I had problems in Python, it was super difficult for me to troubleshoot it. Because I didn't know what the fuck the code was doing. Because I could do Python. But I didn't know what an I/O exception was and stuff like that. Because you learn that in C# and Java and other language. Because you have to deal with them. In Python, you don't really have to deal with exceptions. It just... it hasn't gotten better over the last version 3.12 or what the fuck. Like, not the latest one, but the other one before that. Got really good at explaining errors to you. But before that, it was just generic error messages you got. So, yeah, Python is easy to learn, it's fast, and you can get up and running and develop in no time. But you really fucking... If that's the only programming language you know, you really don't know programming. I'm sorry to say, I'm talking for own experience. Like, I thought I could program until I started not coding in Python. And I realized how I was a fucking one-celled organism. I would love to learn exception handling in C++. I actually kind of want to learn C++. When I read it, it just clicks in my head for some reason. What with fast? What do you mean by fast? There is a reason why Python, a lot of times, is like the entry to coding. Yeah, I'm someone... So, C does run faster than Python. The only time where Python run faster than C, and there's been plenty of videos that explain why and showcase this, is when Python is using a C library. So that means that if you're using Panda or something like that, that's written in C. So Python is fast when you're not using native Python code. So do you know what the Fibonacci number is? You must know what the Fibonacci number is. If you're using pure standard Python, it is one of the slowest programming languages to calculate the Fibonacci number. Until you start to use libraries, Python libraries. But most Python libraries is written in either C or C++, so you're not running Python code. You're just using Python as an interpreter between your code, or not even an interpreter, to pipe your code into C, C++ code. That's what you do with that Panda, MetaLabs, and all those kind of things. If you are into machine learning, OCR, Tesseract, and stuff like that, it's basically just the Fibonacci sequence. Yeah, exactly. It's C code, but packaged under a Python pip package. A lot of people learn Rust because it's Rust. Yeah, like I can see the benefit in Rust because Rust is even more verbose, and you need to handle memory more and more secure and better than in C and C++. Like you need to be aware of it more. But a lot of times I think it's overkill. I get it if you're doing like real-time robots, automatically driving cars and shit like that. But if you're just making a calculator, you don't fucking need Rust. Like the same. Like if you're making this is a note-taking app, you can do that in Java. You can do it in C Sharp, C. You don't have to do that in assembly. You don't have to do that in Rust. Like a kernel could be debated if you have to do that in Rust. Anything that is like super important, where stability, memory management, efficiency is super important, that's where we can say, okay, Rust probably fits in there. Heck, you can even do this in Python if you wanted to. It depends on your expectations of what you want the program to do and how the user. Do you need Rust to make a desktop environment? You don't need it, but you can do it. Like, you don't need any programming language to do anything. Like, I would probably be surprised if you use pure Python for a kernel. You'll probably, like... And here's another thing with Python that a lot of people not talk about. Python is not really that good with separating code. I had that... I built, like, a somewhat massive... Not massive, but a somewhat big program in Python. And just keeping it modular and clean and separating codes from each other is super fucking irritating in Python. So much easier in Java and C++. Maybe, I haven't tried C++. Oh, sorry, not C++. C Sharp. So when you start to have different files and the way it imports them and in different folders, it just becomes way more fucking irritating to deal with. Python is amazing for single file programs. But the second you start to become super complicated and want to make it modular and follow design paradigms, it becomes a fucking mess. A fucking mess. What do you mean by non-code? If you do non-code, you're not coding. I think the best way I can explain this is if you want to develop something and you're doing everything you can to do it the laziest way possible without doing any work, you should not be developing. So if you're like, oh, I can get AI to do that, or I can get, yeah, this may not be the best, but it's the fastest, so therefore I use Python. You should not be a developer. You can be lazy when you are about to retire. You should want to do it. So, scripting languages. So, scripting languages are good for automation. One of the biggest pet peeves I have is that JavaScripting is being used like a programming language. JavaScripting is a scripting language. JavaScript. It's not a program. It can be used as the same with bash scripting. Scripting. You are scripting. Just because you can don't mean you should. I'm not joking here, I've seen Linux programs being done in bash scripting. Full-blown GUI programs in bash. And I get it. It's so much easier to do things in JavaScripting, bash scripting, whatever it is. But there could be a debate that are you coding or scripting? Because when you're scripting, you're not really coding. Scripting is more for automation. You're automating stuff. You're automating tasks. But it looks a lot like you're coding. And this is again where I try... What I think a lot of people have missed over the years, especially like younger people. When I mean younger people, I mean people in their 20 and under or 25 and under, is that they want everything to be as easy as possible. If it's too difficult or too hard, there must be a better way, blah, blah. No, sometimes things are just fucking hard. And they are that for a reason. They are that because you have to know what the fuck you're doing. And until you know what you are doing, you should not take the easy ride out. So ask Gemini or Copilot to write a program for you. You can do that when you have been a senior developer for 10 fucking years or something like that. Then you can do the whole AI bullshit. When you have had a job as a senior developer for a long time and you know your fucking shit, because then you can catch the AI when it makes mistakes. Then you can use AI for whatever the fuck you want. Because you already have tested and proven yourself to be a knowledgeable developer. If you're my level or anything about that, you should not use AI to develop for you. Or Stack Overflow or anything. You should do that on your own. And again, I see a lot of people calling themselves game developers when they're just dropping boxes in and on top of each other. It's cool, it's great, it gets you into development, but you are not a developer. You're not a game developer. You're just tinkering. And this is again the mindset that a lot of Linux users have. I can install Linux, therefore I am a guru in computing. No, you are not. The easier it is, and this is universal, the easier something is in life, the less worth it is to do. Again, hashtag not all the time. The hardest thing are almost always the one that produces the best results and or give you the best results in the long run. When you're taking shortcuts, you're only cheating yourself. When you're doing it, in quote, the easy way to look smart or something like that, you're only cheating yourself. Look at private software. Super good example there. Well, it's in all those scripting languages or in blueprints, yeah. Oh yeah, Mario Maker used to be super popular back in a few years ago. I remember everyone used to do that. Oh, yeah. That should... wait, what? Someone just asked me if they can... it's an old colleague that I promised to help with some stuff. So just bear with me here. What the fuck am I typing here? I will read what you guys are saying in a bit. I just need to respond to my friend here. Yeah, it's an old colleague that needed an upgrade to a computer. What are we coming at here? Game developer. The iceberg gets steep, yeah. What are we doing here? Who is this again? Badass. Yeah, that's not development roles. That it's typically jobs that developers take over time. So you start as a developer, then you become a team leader, project manager, or something like that. You rarely go into AI, or not AI, art or support. Well, be prepared to do a lot of meetings. Be prepared to do a lot of meetings. And also, being a game developer, let me welcome you into the most competitive industry in the world and the lowest paid industry in the world for developers and artists and whatnot. Also, the most insecure job-wise market in the world. You can make way more money, way faster in any software category than gaming. Because everyone wants to be a gamer, and for every one of you, there's 10 people that are willing to work for more hours and for less money. And the bosses knows it, and they will treat you like shit. I will not recommend anyone to go into game development unless it's for yourself. You get what I'm coming at here? So, if you want to do like your own thing without working for like on your spare time, go nuts. And hopefully, hopefully you can live off it at one point. But I would not recommend anyone to work for any game development company. Maybe an upstart, but not any. Like, don't go to EA, Blizzard, or any of those big companies. It's like the business world have seen how much money and how easy it is to make that money in gaming by fooling the consumers. And most indie companies are not even that good. Because they expect you to work even longer hours for less money. Because you're part of the family. You know. You have to believe in the vision. And they don't have the money. That's another thing with indie companies. Most of them don't have the company or the money to pay what you're worth because it's an indie studio. So unless you really, really believe and trust them and stuff like that, I will stay away. Look at how many indie companies that ends up going under or not paying their employees and stuff like that. Indie companies not necessarily better than big, massive. At least with like, the big corporations, you have somewhat of job guarantee. You may not get paid much for working for EA, Blizzard, and all these big companies. But if you follow the company culture, the company politics, you're kind of secure in your job. Indie companies, you can have a job today and be jobless tomorrow. Like, it's that easy. It's a little bit difficult with the bigger companies, but you'll probably be treated like shit and paid like shit. But at least you have job security. And you get free food. That's another thing that people are so stupid that it's so good to work for Google because they give us free food and we can wash our clothes and welcome, you have become a slave. Why the fuck do you think they're doing it? To keep you working more. What is that in the good old Danish money? United States dollar. Yearly? Holy fuck. I don't even make that much money. I'm not joking. Nobody in my company makes that money. Yeah, not even close to it. Yeah, but you have to think about, I live in Denmark, so our hourly wage is higher because of taxes. So I should be making more than that. Because I pay more taxes. So an hourly wage in America should be lower than an hourly wage in Denmark because you don't have all the taxes and stuff like that. If I got this, I would be a fucking happy camper. Because here in Denmark, out of his monthly salary, they will take about 40-something%. 40-ish%. Yeah, Amazon tends to pay good, yeah. Fuck, I should go to the Americans and become a developer, it looks like. Yeah, it cost. I know it cost the employee more. Yeah. But if he gets 70k a year, that's what he gets in his bank account. I don't get that for the job I have. Yeah, there probably are a lot of API bullshit you have to deal with. Man, you're living it up, dude. You're making way more money than people around me does. We are also super underpaid, like I told you. Like, one of the developer at one point was almost 50% underpaid until I told him he was underpaid. He got a little bit angry over that. Another one is about 30%. Yeah, 30-ish% underpaid. Holy shit! So what state are you in? What state are you in? Oh, Louisiana. Oh, that's... Oh, I like that. If I'm not mistaken, that's kind of like... You have really great nature there, right? Oh, that's where New Orleans is. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that shit. I will... Oh, yeah, I could... Oh... Yeah, I would love this. Is it expensive to live there? Like, what is like... I don't want to live in a big city. Like, I don't want to live like in the big cities, but like suburbs and medium-sized cities, I wouldn't mind living in those. I thought Lockheed Martin was like in okay, compared to the rest of the country, I'm just typing in. Um, let's see what you guys are saying here. Oh yeah, that's right. Orlando, Florida. Sorry. Yeah, 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 yeah. How is the internet situation, Scooby? Like, is that okay? Like, if you live in like a decent sized city, like I guess like if you're living in a decent city and stuff like that, I imagine that the infrastructure should be okay, right? Yeah, like if you're living in a decent sized city, I think it's only when you go outside on outside of the mass population place, I would bet it. Yeah, 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 yeah. You probably have better internet than I have here, to be honest. You work in the middle of nowhere. It kind of makes sense to work in the middle of nowhere with like governmental shit and stuff like that. You make 77K in Norway per year. Or per month, Anton. Oh, so the cell reception is bad. Oh, yeah. Per year before taxes. That's not a lot, dude. Is it dollars or no crowns, right? Or dollars, Anton? It has to be dollars. It can't be like Norwegian crowns. Okay. Now I got like I was like, holy fucking shit! Like, like, are you working for nothing or what? Yeah. Okay. Now I'm okay. Okay. I'm okay. I'm less concerned. I just almost got a heart attack here. It was like, are they fucking cheating you like a motherfucker or what? Okay. Now it makes more sense. The swamps absorb the signals. The crocodiles, they're taking it all. Yeah, this definitely looked like a place I could be. I could like. I just need good Wi-Fi. Or not Wi-Fi, good internet. Fuck phone calls. We could just use Skype or Discord if the LTE network is bad. You just sit and watch the machine spin all day. So you are like a CNC operator or something like that? We have a treaty with the crocodiles. Yeah, I heard a lot of shit about Florida. Florida is a fucking weird place, man. Like, something is going on in Florida. They must be high on their own farts or something like that, because it's like... Oh, it's a manual machine. Oh. Yeah, Florida is every time I see a video with Florida man or Florida woman, I just have to see it, because it's guaranteed to be nuts. You know. It's Gen 2 of them. Yeah. Florida used to be like a great place. You know, they have great nature, great weather. Yeah, Anson, I know. Yeah, a retirement state. Yeah, exactly. So how is the weather in Louisiana? Like, is it super hot? Is it super cold? Or Mm. I'm just typing again here. Where are we? It's hot. The winters are short. I don't mind humidity. Fall is. It's so tropical. I don't mind hot so much. That I could expect. The southern part. Oh, jaguars are native to the southern United States. Oh, you didn't know that. So in Denmark we do have a high humidity, so that don't bother me that much. And I actually do quite well in humid heat. Better than most people, to be honest. So like when most people run around and say they're sweating their ass off, I'm like, oh, this is kind of nice. There's nothing I love more than go into a locked off gym with like 30 degrees centigrade outside and 100% humidity and then just work out and sweat my ass off. That don't bother me at all. So as long as it's not like, 35, 40 fucking degrees when you're in the shades, and I think like I would probably do okay. I would say this, if I had the money, it would definitely be a place I would like to visit. You know. But ain't you guys a lot like Tennessee now that I'm thinking about it? How do we go into maps? Boom. The elevation is pretty low. Oh, that's just acclimated to it. Like, I live in Denmark. It's like we are like 1 meter over the, like, the water surface, or what we will call it. So I'm used to being low elevation. Oh, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. Gulf of Mexico, in quotes, Gulf of America. Like, just tell me that America is not a fucking sitcom, please. Has it? Yeah, I tried the open source map viewer. Yeah. Oh, so you're like right next to Texas. Oh. Yeah, I can see that. So I wanted to live in Austin, or like in this area here is what I've been looking at. Maybe this area here. If I should move to Texas, it would be this area here. Like, so it's not far from the area that I've looked at then. Why can't I just get, like, a full-blown fucking map anymore? Google's? What have you done with Google Maps? I'm so used to using Apple Maps that I forgot how Google Maps works. Yeah, and like I said, Georgia, Tennessee, I've also looked into that a little bit. Arkansas, the cops in Arkansas are fucking brutal, man. Oh yeah, Google Earth, that's the one I was thinking about, yeah. Texas is the global leader in proprietary software. Wouldn't that be Seattle with Microsoft up there, though? Like, Where are we? Where's... Oh, there I went too far. Wouldn't that be Seattle with Microsoft? Oh, Little Rock seems... Yeah, sounds like, yeah. Because Microsoft is the biggest software company in the world. The fuck is that? Am I too far away again? No, I'm not. I need to go over here. But I want to use Google Maps. Why can't I use Google? Oh wait. Am I just stupid? Oh, Earth. There it is. Connecting to the universe. Holy fuck. This is struggling. I haven't used Google Earth in like ever and ever. Oh, stop. Go back. There you go. Stop a bit. Oh, we have the Milky Way and everything in the background. That's probably what... Can I zoom in? I can zoom in. It may be better when we zoom in, I guess. Why does Louisiana look like a shoe? Let's hope it gets better. It's really struggling right now. I used to do live streams where we just sit and visited random cities in the via Google Maps. We would just sit and like, let's pick a city and then, you know, zoom down into the city and just walk around in it and talk about it. So we find a city that one of the viewers live in, and then we'll just look at that city. It was actually quite fun. Yeah, why can't I do Google Maps? Like, at least that's not that fucking resource hungry. There you go. Holy shit! That's scared. Oh, I'm blind. That's Denmark. Fuck Denmark. It's the ocean! Ooh. Is this where Newfoundland is? So Nova Scotia, yeah, it must be here about here. There we go. So how do we... I have a soda bottle in the way. There you go. There you go. Show imagery. I need to remove my soda bottle. Go away. Terrain, traffic, more. Satellite. That's the one we're using. Street view. I expect toxic. The only toxic people are fucking Linux people. Toxic Linux people are probably the worst ever. I never found anyone more fucking irritating than those. There's a lot of roads. Holy shit. Mississippi River. La Compt. I thought it says like computer. West Bay. Ooh. This is like going on a fucking trip. Holy crap, there's a lot of fields here. Jesus Christ. Are farming big in Louisiana? It must be. Once recorded 7B. Oh, I would love that. Shucks. And rancing. Ooh, I love that. Oh, now we're in the Gulf of America. U.S. Army Corps of Engineering. Mm-hmm. Betty's poop boop. What? What? Betty's pop? Boop? Pop? What? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Boop? Then we have like a cemetery. Alligator effigy mount. Okay. There's actually a picture here. Nice. Neat. I must say. Call me impressed. Family Missions Company. What the fuck? Avery, Iceland. So a city like this, I wouldn't mind living. Tabasco factory. William Hickman Street or V whatever the fuck it is. It was back where you were before you pinned for 2. Oh. This is like almost like just like a more better version of Denmark when I'm looking at like a lot of fields and forestry and flatness. King Seafood Abbeville. Oh, that looked good. Holy crap, that looks good. Yeah, I would be dying from a fucking heart attack. Jesus Christ. Oh. It's almost a 5-star. Oh, oh. Dumplings. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What is that? We are looking at Louisiana. Chili's Grill and Bar. Murphy, USA. Oh, that's a gas station. Of course, car parks. Oh, it's Walmart. Oh. The breeding. Oh, trailer park. Actually, kind of looked nice, to be honest. I used a game with a copper that lived in Phoenix. I kind of missed them. Amor Pizorama. Well, I do love cars also, so I can, you know, I can live with that. But here's the thing. I have this, like, this is just me being fucking weird and strange, but if I should move country, I don't want to move to a country that's almost the same as Denmark. Like, America is a lot like Denmark. Like, you know, they speak English, we speak English. Of course, you're better nature and stuff like that, but the cuisine is not super different. It's not like massively different going from America to Denmark or the other way around. So that's why I like Asian stuff, because that's totally fucking different. Totally different culture. Everything is different. Like, you can find a lot of common narratives of what is called with Americans or German people, even more with them, or Spanish people, or Italian people, you know. Like, we have a lot in common. Like, we have nothing in common with the Asian folks, you know. And if I should move, I want to move to somewhere where I can't rely on a lot of the I can't fall back to a lot of the comfort that I know from home, if you know what I know. Yeah, if I had the money and I could sustain myself, I would definitely move to Japan, yeah. Yeah. At Thailand, I'm not that... there's too much... Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, there's too much... they're not too kind to foreigners, let me put it that way. Japan is not cheap. It's not cheap. It's cheap to eat and stuff, but it's not cheap to live there. It's super expensive to live in Japan. Yeah, but there's just too many people off the street trying to get your business, if you get what I'm talking about. I don't want to go out on the street and then be offered a soggy doggy locky every time I go for a fucking ice cream or something like that. Like, if I should move to Asia, it has to be places where they respect people in general. And I don't feel that they do that much in Thailand. Also, Thailand needs to amp up their infrastructure quite a lot before it would... No, not Vietnam. It would be the Philippines, Malaysia, stuff like that. Maybe Indonesia. Maybe. But that's just because I know some people in Indonesia. And if not that, then it will be Japan, Korea, stuff like that. Yeah, the same here, George. But if I should move somewhere, I will not live in a big city. Like, I will not go to like the capital. I will probably find the second, third, or fourth biggest city, and then live in the suburb of those. You know, like 30 minutes outside of the city or something like that. That's how I would live. So let's say I want to live in, I want to move to Louisiana. Scooby can probably help me with this. So what is one of the biggest city in Louisiana? Or what is like the second biggest city in Louisiana? Baton Rouge. So this one here, New Orleans. So yeah. So let's say like let's say I should move to Louisiana. I will probably live maybe here, or even here, or even here, if that makes sense. Shreveport. Where is that? Can you help me find that? Am I going up and down from... How do I find Shreveport? We have cities in Denmark. There are a lot of cities in Denmark is below the surface, to be honest. Northwest. Wait, where the fuck were we? We're there northwest, so up here. Oh, that is. Found it, thank you. Oh, that's too much. Zoom out, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, so again, I will live like in these areas here. Kickapoo or um you know, like third like so I will live like let's say if I could like 30 minutes walk away from the city, I wouldn't mind, or in the outskirts of the city here. I would not like to live in the middle of the city. Like in the outskirts here. Yeah, big BC. Yeah, I get it, man. Oh, I watched some of your videos, by the way. They look really nice. I saw your review of the MacBook Air. I'm sure the MacBook Air have like ambient backlighting, so it will turn on when it gets dark and stuff like that. Mine does that anyway. Yeah, I can get that. Country driving is always nice. Yeah, I may even live here in Maiden. How long would it take for go from Maiden to Shreveport, Scooby? This actually this is probably the size of my town. Oh yeah, it was I like you. If you keep the whole fucking B cam stuff up and going and stuff like that, you will get a lot of views fast. People love that shit. Just Scooby, just wing it. What do you think? Just click on his name and it should come up. Or just post your channel name so people can search for it in chat. 2 hours? Oh, okay, that's too far away then. This is probably the size of my town. This is probably the size of my town. I like this place a lot. Yeah, I think I would not mind living here. 6 to 8 hours. Wait, what? From here to here? Let's see how long it is. Let's plop one down there. One there. Yeah, that's about cars. Yeah. Yeah. No, what is it called? Maiden. Mind. This one here. Minden. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So that's in car, I guess. Um, Give me 1 second. I can post a link to your channel. The Pro Shopper, I think it's called your channel, right? I need to watch your Surface one. Oh, I watched the desk video also. I kind of like that one. I kind of want that desk now I'm looking at it. I just found it funny that you have to bend the metal yourself for the cable tray. So Scooby. Scooby. Oh, how long will it take with let's say a train or bus to go to Severnport or what it's called? Like with public transportation. From Maiden to Severnport or what the fuck? What is this called? Severnport. I can't pronounce this. Oh, there's a Home Depot. I can just live there. It actually got high reviews. Yeah, it looked kind of neat, to be honest, that desk, yeah. Oh, there's no public transportation. Oh, yeah, I heard that in the States you need to kind of have a car, yeah. I need to respond to my friend here. Just give me a... I've heard you have to reply when people type to you, so I have to respond now. Just give me a second then. Uh, what are you guys saying here? The IKEA desk are like, I've heard they are really good. I see a lot of people using them. I kind of want one also. Yeah, I heard that about the lobbyist, Scooby. Oh, you're the same height as me then, Precy. Or Basie. Yeah, you need a taller one then. Yeah, we are the same height then. Yeah, it looked neat. I like that. I like the same that Gamers Nexus does, where you're standing in front of a desk and stuff like that. I wish I had the room to do that here also, to be honest. Something I always wanted to do. I just don't have to. I live in a one-room apartment, so I have to move all my furniture around to do stuff like that. I may do that one day anyway. Just make the whole my whole apartment into like a recording studio, and then just have like a futon or something like that to sleep on. Because I spend most of my time doing YouTube stuff or coding stuff or any desk office related stuff anyway, so I might as well just make it into one. It's in the basement. All good things happens in the basement. What is this? Mississippi River? Oh, Arkansas. Mississippi. Yeah, I'm thinking about that with a corner. Yeah. Because I do have a corner, but that I mostly just use for storage, and a lot of it is like old books I haven't read in like 10 years, and I basically just use it to, old chairs, cardboard boxes, and shit like that. I may just take that whole corner out and just make like a standing, or I was also thinking about having like a chair in a corner with a lamp and a little table, and then I will sit in that chair and then, use that when I do talking head videos with like a laptop in my lap or something like that. And then I can switch between the camera and showcase what's on my laptop. So I have like a little, like you're looking at like I'm sitting in a like recliner or something like that with a table and a lamp. Because I could do that in the corner. Yeah, kinda. But more a little bit like a cafe kind of vibe. Like you're sitting in a cafe. Yeah, his cat is adorable, yeah. All good things happen when using proprietary software. Yeah. I also done live streams on it, Scooby. It's just a lost cause, my friend. Some people are receptive towards it and get a little bit surprised. But most people just, even if it's in plain text, they don't believe what's in plain text in front of them. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I may do that when I get not so lazy. I like chill vibes. I don't want things to be too seriously. I hate when things get too seriously. Because this, in the end, this is just YouTube. It don't mean anything, it's... I always say it like this. I see this as, especially the live streams, we are just a flock of people that sits in a bar drinking a beer and talking shit. That's how, this is how people should look at it. Don't take it seriously, and we can have heated debates. That don't mean we don't like each other. We can, it's only when eggheads comes in, they get a slap in the face, and we carry them out in the back and throw them into the garbage. But I just like that, like, we're just a group of people having a drink at a bar kind of thing. That's always been what I love about these, like, live streams, and I try to do that when I do talking head videos, but it's a little bit difficult when you don't have anyone to talk to. But I do my best to try, and I think doing that, like, setting up like a little bit of like a corner cafe kind of thing, would make it a little bit more. It also helps me relax because it's super uncomfortable to do these things for me still to this day. It will also help me relax a little bit, But yeah, I just don't like a lot of the popular, the way that they do the popular channels where it's like overproduced and you feel like you're talking to your boss about something. Like have I done something wrong? Huh? I feel like when you reach a certain point in subscribers, a lot of people tend to get too corporate for me. It could just be how Americans is by default. I don't know, but it's just like Jay's 2 cents, for example, used to be really approachable when you watch his content. He still is somewhat approachable, but I also feel like it's like he's, like. It's almost like you're talking with your project manager and he's telling you something, basically, and then joking around a little bit. Like Louis Rossman is a good example with his cat coming up. That's something that is like de-stressing and makes it more relaxed because, you know, who the fuck wants, like, who expect a cat to come into a video, you know, if you're doing like a corporate presentation or something like that. Exactly, it's more real and traditional. Yeah. That's what I'm looking for. You hit it on the nail there. That they become too much to like traditional media. Yeah. Yeah, I, I'm honestly, I'm not right a lot of times. I just make sense, you know, or I make enough sense that people start to questioning what's being said and what's going on. Because I'm not right and they are not right. The thing is that people should just look at all the sides and look at all of the like look at the whole picture instead of just focusing on the corner or in the middle and stuff like that. And sometimes you have to provoke people to do that. And I'm really good at provoking people. It's one of my superpowers. Apparently, I'm super good at provoking people. But yeah, they get too mainstream media. Like when they get when they get too big. Like again, I don't agree with everything Asmongold says and do. But he's one of the few ones that are still like he's the same person as he was before he started streaming, basically. And I love people that do that. You know, like he's a millionaire, and he still sits in his old fucking like his old teenage room and making videos like if he was 15 years old, with like barely brushed teeth, and which he probably should take more care of himself, of course. But I just like that authenticity, if I could speak. Like, he hasn't changed. It's okay to change a little bit. You have to go with the times and everything. But like Jace2Sense, Gamers Nexus, all of those people, they end up becoming not a corporate shill, but it's like turning on like in, Fox or something like that. I don't know, what all of them channels are over there. Yeah, TikTok is popping off, man. Yeah, that war is really weird. Yeah, they have nothing more in their life, sadly enough. Yeah. I should do something on TikTok. Also, when I do shorts, they tend to do okay. I'm just lazy. That's just what it comes down to be honest. I'm just lazy. And it's because I never taking it seriously. Like, I never took, like, I never done this for the money, because then I will do it a lot differently, and therefore I also do it less seriously. So, yeah. If you say good things about Apple, you're bought by Apple. If you say good things about Windows, you're bought about Windows. If you say good things about Linux, you cannot say good things about anything but Linux. It's no matter what you do, you're trapped in a corner. It's so bad. I stopped replying to comments regularly like a few years ago. Now I do it once in a while just to piss people off, because it's so bad. I go in, like, every time I upload a video, I go in and check, like if there's any comments I need to delete in the help section. They moved that around now. It used to be spam, not spam, moderation, I think it used to be called. Now it's just helped, or helped. So I only check that, and then once in a while I will check some random comments and reply to them just for fun. But I normally only check the comments that are deemed to be inappropriate, and then most of the time I just delete or ban the person. Because sadly enough, you get nothing out of the comment section on social media. And that is YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, wherever it is. Sadly enough, it's like the wrong people attract the wrong people to stay in a place they should not be in. And then they think they're this, like, they get into this echo chamber of, I call it pseudo-intellectuals, where they think they're this like smart people because everyone else around them tell them they're smart people. Twitter or X is another place, yeah. Basically, any social media is like a crossroads liqueur. That sounds nice. Nobody then. Yeah, that's like, it's so unimportant. It's not even funny. And just think about all the time a lot of those folks are spending arguing over that. That they could do something else. Sometimes people will be like, oh, like open source this, and like, you do know, like, if I see like a long thread, I would be like, you guys have been at each other for days, and why you guys been at each other for days in the comment section? I made a program that did this. What have you done? You know? And then they always get super fucking defensive and stuff like that. But just program or learn, do something, you know, instead of just make a comment and just walk away. You know, like, say your piece and then just walk away. But people, they love to have like drawn out debates in the comment section. This sounds like Tetris. I'm not going to Antarctica. Landmark of what? Collins? Ooh. Deep South Fire Truck. Mm-hmm. I kind of like this song. Diesel Powered Solutions. That sounds official. Oh, I like that. Is that a Peterbilt? Peterbilt? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Anton. But trust me, people will have that debate on Twitter or somewhere else on Facebook or something like that. This is a little bit suspicious. Eagle's Nest Disc Golf Course. They do know that Eagle's Nest was like a nickname for a certain dictator in Germany's hideout in the Alps, right? Yeah, go research why they are so close to the... Yeah, this is a little bit suspicious. Like the blue sky. That will sadly stop fast, Basie. Like, the more subscribers you get, or more, I must say, the more viewers you get, the more that that usefulness starts to decline. I will say, like, probably when you reach like 2,000 subscribers ish, you will see a massive diminishing return in it. Sadly enough. But hey, so do that in a short or something like that, and then pin it in your comment section. I've done that before where I forgot to show something or talk about. I will do like a short video and then pin that in the comment section. Or the next week or day, I will make a video as a response to it. Yeah. In the I will say this. In the beginning, the comment section tends to be quite nice or good because not a lot of the no-brainers are deem you worthy enough to talk about. Let me put it that way. They have not found you yet. All the fucking stupid people on the internet. But the more views you get, the more they sadly start to creep in. And at some point, it just becomes mostly useless comments. Not bad comments, but just like, you know, like first, good video, you know, you rarely will get any productive comment other than hate. Yeah, that will happen a lot of times. You know, where you forget something. It is what it is. And I have it like this is again maybe not the best philosophy, but if the message is still the same, when people get what you're trying to say, and you then explain like, oh, I forgot this in a comment again in a pinned comment, or say like, yeah, the quality is even worse at night or okay at night, and you pin that comment, they are more inclined to I will not say forgive you, but understand you. Um, oh yeah. For Starlink, Antarctica would be great. So the exploration people can watch their Netflix while they are walking on the ice. White Sand Baptist Church. I think this would be a nice place to drive, like through. Like, it seems to be a lot of nature here. Diamond Head, that's a fucking cool name for a city, though. Hated is a strong word. I used to somewhat agree with that it was evil and open source was better because you could see the source code and all of those things. So I used to believe a lot of the same things that the Linux users say, but I didn't like. It was not like I was against it, because I was still using it. I was still using proprietary software on Linux. I was still using Windows. I was just using it only for work purposes and stuff like that. So it was not like I was like 1000% against it, but I was definitely a hardcore foss fanboy. Until I started to actually read the documentation, the white papers people did about open source versus proprietary software, and I started to actually talk to people that do development as their job, and ask them a lot of questions, and I see like the way that the foss people say the proprietary world is not at all how that world is. They think that every proprietary developer more or less sits in a basement and coming up with schemes about how they can use and abuse and take money away from the users. Which that is by far the case. There are more good proprietary software than there's bad. And the more you look into it, it just becomes, well, fake. That was the dude. That was the worst video I ever made. Yeah, the more bug I found and ever. Yeah. That was the worst video I ever made. In a way that not the video was bad, but the subject. I had so many people coming to me privately that want me to make a distribution either with them or for them, or show them how to do it because they couldn't get a wallpaper to work and stuff. Like, knowledge you should have by default to make the distribution that they did not have, but I have to explain to them that if you can't figure this out, you should not use this tool. It's not for you. It was so bad, I think I made a video about, I will never make a video about how to make a distribution again. Because not all, but most of the comments I got were from people that should not be making a distribution. I had someone that wanted to pay me $5 to make a distribution for them. They would pay me and another one $5 to make the distribution for them. They already had a website up and running and support lines and everything up and running. And I had to explain to them, you cannot give support, and they were like, this is for your company and all. I'm like, you don't even know how your system works. You can't sell this. You can't give support. It don't matter if me or someone else make the distribution for you. You can't maintain it. And then they went away and came back 2 months later with a new and improved website and philosophy, It was basically just the same thing where we were just like, we are not responsible if anything goes wrong. Posted underneath it. And like, and those were the people that watched my video. Those were the people that watched my videos. They barely could install the software. I'm not joking here. They could barely install the Cubic. And they expected to basically become the next Ubuntu. I had people come to me, come help me out-compete Ubuntu. While their distribution was basically just Ubuntu with another fucking desktop icon on. Oh, thanks, Basie. I still use it until this. Yeah. So I don't use it anymore, but I used to also. So every time Ubuntu came out with a new release, I would just spin my own version of it, basically take a lot of software out of it, and then install it. So I used it more or less like a cleaning tool or something like that. So uninstall some stuff, installing some stuff, and then I would have that as my ISO to install on my computer. So when I installed it on my computer, it was all up and running. But yeah, like for years, I'm not joking here. For about 2 years after I made, or a year after I made that video, I had people. Some of the comments was like, "Can you help me install the program? I want to make a distribution." I'm like, "What? You can't enable a PPA, and you then want to make a distribution?" I'm like, "Oh, whoa." So I stopped doing those. I wanted to do more of them. My plan was to make one with Cubic, then do an Arch Linux, like how to respin Arch Linux, how to respin Debian, and how to respin OpenSUSE. And I think I only did the Cubic and the OpenSUSE one. Because I had to stop because I got bombarded with people that should not make a distribution. They had no idea what they were doing. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny, and that's the funny part. They had no idea what they were doing. I think they barely could open up the fucking start menu in the distribution. And they wanted to make a distribution. And again, a lot of them had websites, bought domains. A lot of them came from India, sadly enough. They had domain names bought. They had like forums up and running. They had anything but the distro up and running because they could figure that part out. Yeah, they missed it. The idea was that if you were working as an IT administrator or something like that, here's a tool that you can make your own Ubuntu. It was not Ubuntu release. It was not meant to spam distro watch. It was meant for hobbyists / professionals that were installing a lot of Ubuntu distributions, and they needed a tool to spin their own version for corporate needs or grandma needs and stuff like that. But yeah, it's kinda and kinda not. It's a lengthy debate I don't want to go into now, but that goes more into it than just because if you're just using Ubuntu's repos, you're not really running a distribution. You're running Ubuntu. It's not your distro. There's nothing unique about it. You might as well just install Ubuntu. Yeah, that's what we have Red Hat for. Yeah. So it's just and that's why I say like a lot of Linux users have no idea what they're doing. That was like kind of where I was like, oh, I had a suspicion, but oh my god. If that many people come to, like, and at that point I had almost no subscribers. If that many people come to little old me, how I can just only imagine how they're coming to the big YouTubers. It was really weird. Yeah, it has NeoFets installed, you're right. I'm so sorry, it's clearly better. It will definitely outcompete Ubuntu. And then you have to take up all the development effort that Ubuntu is doing. That you don't have the capabilities or composers to do. Yeah, I think you're right, yeah. And also, it's just easy to base yourself on Ubuntu. It's one of the easiest distributions to respin. And that means that with lower entry level, you get a lot of the people I was talking about doing it that then are going to, well, take money away from people, good, trusting people. That was my biggest fear, was that they got that website up and running, and I was really angry when I found out they have a website. Like, and they had, like, people give them money and everything, but, like, for fuck's sake, you are scamming people. You don't have a product yet. What if someone gives you, like, $5 for a distribution you don't have, for $10 or whatever they wanted? Like, I don't know. Are you giving them the money back? I don't know. There's so many people that want to make a distribution that had ways of making money off it before they even had the distribution running. I'm like, oh my god, and I don't think they did it on purpose, but they are basically scamming people. You know, they're trying to sell something or expect people to donate for something they don't even have yet. It was just so stressful. That period was like one of the worst time ever, man. So many fucking idiots that, yeah. And when I didn't want to help them, they went to my friends, and my friends like, did you deal with these idiots like a week ago? Yeah, I did. You know. Yeah, they wanted, yeah. He said to me, I can give you $5. An hour? No, $5. I'm like, I should not even be responding to the email for $5. It was all an email. And he's like, but it's all I can afford. Then you can't afford to make a Linux distribution and pay other one to do it. That's it. But then they got super angry. No, I'm not saying art. It depends on what you want. Because Ubuntu can be the best. And what you can do with Arch, you can do with OpenSUSE. It's just a different approach. No, it's fine. I honestly forgot about it until you mentioned it. I totally have plugged it from memory. And right now, I just think funny. Today, it's funny. But back in the day when it happened, it was really irritating. Right now, I just laugh at it. It's just funny. Well, the best is, like, this is the thing with being, like, the quote, the best. It's super subjective, you know. What is the best food? What is the best clothes? You know, it's super subjective and personally. Because if you have to be unbiased, the best is what the majority use, because it must be the best for the majority. You know. Yeah. You cannot trust. How can you trust software? It's like you asking anyone, how can I trust a human? You have your ways of judging if a human is trustworthy or not. And over time, you will build that same, what will you call it, skill for software. It's more about, do you trust the people running the software, making the software? I've not used SteamOS, no. Nope. I've seen a lot of people putting it on their computers and using it for gaming and stuff like that, but the only time I run Linux now is when I'm live streaming. I stopped running Linux altogether. I haven't watched any Linux content since my last Linux reaction video. I talk about it every day, and I research it a lot, looking at articles and documentation and stuff like that. But I have not engaged with it on YouTube or in any way, shape, or form, other than if I'm reacting or making a live stream. I'm so fed up with the whole Linux world that it's not even funny. And I feel like Linux has stood still since 2020. Nothing really have happened in Linux since maybe even before 2020. It's just a little bit better KDE, a little bit better GNOME. So I do have a laptop that runs Linux, but I don't boot it up as much as I used to. And I do run Linux in virtual machines, like I'm doing right now. But it's mostly for either video purposes or live streaming purposes. So I do run Linux, I just don't use it as much as I used to. And I have a NAS, a Synology NAS that runs Debian. Their version of Debian. So technically, I run a server that runs Ubuntu, or not Ubuntu, Linux all the time. But it's a file host, so I don't really engage or interact with the OS. Sovereign OS is one of those distributions I cannot recommend to anyone. And it's not because it's a bad distro, it's because of the mentality of the developers. It's not because of China, it's just because that for the longest time they would not recognize that they were based on Ubuntu. They made it look like they were the ones doing everything, and every time so the Soviet menu is basically just I can't remember the Arc menu, I think it is, rebranded. So they just changed more or less the logo on it, and now they're calling it their creation. So I feel that there is a lot of unnecessarily rebranding to be nice, to make it look like they're doing more than they actually are doing. You know? Yes, done. Exactly. That's another problem I have. If I should set up like if I let's say I wanted a media server or something like that, I will of course use Linux for that. Or if I wanted to do anything that's like server related or hosting related, I will definitely there's nothing wrong with Linux. It's just Mac does everything better, Windows does everything better. And I don't have to deal with the community. So, if I want to game, most games works better under Windows. That's categorically true. If I want to do creative work, most creative works is done better under macOS and or Windows. If I want to use powerful programs that aid my workflow, Windows and macOS have those. Well, there's nothing to be fed up with. You get fed up with it because you let yourself get fed up with it. Windows does nothing to irritate me. They are, like, yes, the updates are a little bit slow, but they update once a month, okay? There are a little bit of ads in, like, 2 or 3 programs I use. The pre-installed Plot, as you call it, I uninstall that. It's that simple, and it never comes back. The only irritation I have with Windows where I'm like, this is making me crazy, is sometimes when you do an update, you have to go through the whole setup process again. Do you want to enable OneDrive? Do you want to use Edge? That is like the only thing that really drives me nuts. Everything else is just like, I can deal with this. It's okay. It's not that bad. You know? There's nothing besides that thing there where it has to set up all the time. Where Windows is like irritating me to a degree. The only reason you'll be fed up with Windows is because you want to be fed up with Windows. Windows do nothing that other companies don't do to you. The fact that you are on YouTube right now, if you're talking privacy and telemetry, they know more about you than Windows or Microsoft ever will. You know, And I find it super hypocritical that people are so aggressive towards their hate towards Windows and Microsoft, and they declare they give away every freedom they have, credit card numbers, bank accounts, get whatever the fuck it is to Google and any other fucking place that are way worse than Microsoft have ever been. That's why I'm like, I can't, like, you hate this company, but you love the company that this company tries to be like. Like, we have to remember, Microsoft is trying to be Google. They're trying to imitate Google. But Linux people love Android, they love this, anything that's Google related, they fucking suck their cocks off. And Google is the worst company on earth when it comes to privacy. Even with VPNs and stowaway accounts like you are having there and stuff like that. They know who the fuck you are. A VPN still has your IP in it. They know who you are. The fact that, oh, I don't like making a Microsoft account, but you're okay with making Netflix accounts, Twitter account, Google accounts. Well, you don't need to have a credit card associated with your Microsoft account. You do with Netflix. Linux gaming is bullshit. I've been gaming on Linux since 1995. Or maybe not 5. 6. And I can tell you, even with Proton, okay? Proton has done a lot for Linux gaming. But there are still more games that works better on Windows. So if I want to be sure to have the best, what is it called? Or if I want to gamble, what OS on average would give me the best gaming experience? On average, that would be Windows. Yes, there are games that work better on Linux, but there are more games that work better on Windows than that work on Linux. So why would I sacrifice 10 or thousands of other games just for that one game that won better, or those 2 or 3 games that won better on Linux? If those were the only games I played, if I only played those 1, 2, 3, or 4 games, and I'm like, this is my life, I only play these games, I will go for Linux if they ran better on Linux. But gaming is not the most important thing. I also do productivity, I do creativity work, I do development work, and all of those things is done better on either Mac OS or Windows. So look at it like this: you're opening your toolbox and you're looking in how what is the best size screwdriver to screw this screw in. That's the one I pick. And if I was running a server, a NAS, my NAS is running Linux, by the way. I had NASs that I made myself that run Linux over the years. Or I want to host a website, I would be using Linux, but I'm not doing that. If I want to make an embedded system, I would be using Linux, but I'm not doing that. If I want to set up a supercomputer, I was like fucking Bill Gates or something like that, I would be using Linux, but I'm not doing that. Okay? If I want to host IHateLinux.com, I will do that. I do run AMD. And AMD runs perfectly fine on Windows. All these arguments people comes with why you should run Linux may make sense for 1 or 2 people, but not a lot of people. And I'm one of those people where it just don't make sense. If I didn't have to do the things I did with my system, I would probably be running Linux. I used to do it for like almost 20 years. I made Linux when a lot of those hardcore Linux users were still in diapers. I made Linux before some distributions even had a package manager. I've done my share for Linux. I have proven myself to Linux more than people know. And my life did not get better. My life did not get better in any way, shape, or form for running Linux. I didn't get laid more. I didn't get better jobs. Running Linux was the thing that had the least impact on my life in total. I can honestly not mention one thing that has less impact on my life than running Linux. It's that simple. It don't fucking matter. And to prove the point, PewDiePie announced he running Linux. The Linux market share went down almost 1%. Unless it went up like since like this Saturday. If someone likes to run Linux, run the fuck Linux. Don't preach it like it's like the savior of humanity. For every good thing you can say about Linux, I can find thousands of bad things and thousands of good things that macOS and or Windows does better than Linux. The biggest supporter of Linux in the corporate world don't even think about the Linux desktop. Because it's not existing. Why do you think we don't have an Apple of Linux? Why do you think all desktop-focused Linux distributions are super small projects? Because nobody really cares about the Linux desktop other than a select few people. And that's fine. But don't tell me your stinky sock is the best stinky sock in the world. Rant over. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people using LTSC. I just make my own. So what I do is I install LT Lite, I think it's called, and I modify the Windows ISO, and I take away the stuff I don't need, take away telemetry and all that shit, and then I install that ISO. I have not found macOS to be more pro than Windows. I would say they're about the same. I will say that I found Mac programs to be better quality than Windows, like the native Mac programs versus the native Windows programs. I also, like, I will say, I will honestly, I said this since day one, Windows 11 is better than Windows 10. People just don't like it because of the TPM. But the fun thing is, a lot of the Linux users are like, oh, Windows needs to be more secure. Then they're putting a security requirement in. Boo, we don't like this because now our hardware is not good enough. Basically what they're saying is, they want Windows to be more secure, but not so secure that their unsecure hardware don't work on it. It's just like, make up your mind. Dude, Google, like, there is a reason why Google have so many anti-consumer lawsuits going on and had going on over the years that it's not even funny. But the Linux will still love Google. Compatibility layers can, yeah, of course, it's going to fuck things up. Yeah, GeForce Now is streaming. Yeah, I can see that being a good thing. Yeah. Linux do handle updates better. Yeah, gaming can become Yeah, Linux distributions are technically just like Linux compatible operating systems if you're going to be really technical about it. But the thing is, nobody can. This is the thing about it, is that they can't come up with good reasons why Linux is better. Because, like I said, telemetry. But why the fuck are you on YouTube then? Or any other places? Why are you using an Android? It's the OS in the world that takes the most data about you. And God knows what Google is, is doing with it. listening to you speak and whatnot. Fucking Microsoft don't do that. Microsoft don't save your phone calls. Even Apple is better with about your privacy than fucking Android is. And they come in with like open source this and that. There's been no proven. What they're saying open source does have never been proven. It all is just an opinion that they start to send off as a fact. And like I'm not joking. That was when I turned away from being a fanboy of Linux. Was when I tried to find, okay, who said this? Who said this thing about Linux and had concrete proof, reliable, reproductive proof? Nobody have that. And I was like, why the fuck am I believing that then? No, that's not what Mac is built. Mac is using some protocols from BSD. And I have no problem with BSD, because the BSD community is not acting like fucking idiots. That's the thing. I have no problem with open source or Linux. I have a problem with the misinformation that the community is doing. The blatant, what is it called? Harassment they are doing to other people that don't see the world like they do. My problem with Linux is how batshit crazy the user base is. And how they are treating Linux like a religion or a cult. So, a lot of people are probably not old enough to know this, but back in the 90s, the way Apple users used to be is like how Linux users are today in the 90s. And Apple itself was like, we are at war with Microsoft. Which led them to almost go bankrupt. Because they were trying so hard to outcompete everyone else and be at war with everyone else that they forgot to actually just make Apple better. Just make better products. It was more important for them to hate on others than just make better products. And that was what Steve Jobs kind of got them on the right track again by, like he said, famously said, we don't need to beat Microsoft. We just have to be better. We just have to be able to coexist in the same place. That's it. Yeah, and all of those games are massively old games. So you're not even making a point. Like, most of, maybe Payday and Left 4 Dead is something people will still play to this day. I do like Shadow Warrior, by the way. It's a really good franchise. At least the first two of them. But the Linux world is so gung-ho on fighting everyone else than actually just fixing Linux. Just fucking fix Linux. Yeah, Richard Stallman started all this fucking, yeah. He's a cult leader. You know. And what he did, all of the things he was talking about made sense back in the day when computers were servers in a server room, or fixing any software took days, weeks, and months to fix. Because you have to send physical media to someone to fix it. Or you have to get like a person to come to your department to fix the code. That was why he wanted to be able to see the source code and modify the source code, so he didn't have to do all of those things. Nowadays, where you can call someone in America and you can fix my system in 2 seconds, who gives a fuck? But people tend to forget that. But the other part of Richard Stallman, besides the tech part, is that he's basically a Marxist hippie. And he wants to move that philosophy or that politics into the world. And for some reason, he thinks he can do that with technology, which is even more absurd. So he's not he's not a smart guy or brilliant or genius. He's just a decent developer. Because what he made with open source, people did that before open source or before the GPL. There were people doing what he was doing before the GPL. He just made it like into a license. Like the way he looked, the GPL license is just a little bit more restricted, common use or whatever, non-license license or something like that. He just wants to force people to become open source instead of, back in the day, they didn't give a fuck. They just really nearly gave away the source code or not. Either it was proprietary or not. You know. So he was not even original about that. And again, it made sense back in the 70s and early 80s that you wanted to do that. But Richard Stallman wanted to be a politician so badly. Like, Richard Stallman, like, if you think this is, again, a lot of people don't know this. Richard Stallman barely coded anything for GNU. It's mostly done by other people. He's just the spokesperson. He's not done. At some point, someone told it in a video or I read it, but he's barely touched any GNU code. He just came up with an idea and got other people to do it. At least Linus Torvalds has fucking done his shit. That's why I respect him way more than what is his name? Richard Stallman. Richard Stallman is just a glorified system administrator that came up with an idea to force the world into do how he thought things should be done. That kind of made sense, like I said, back in the 70s and 60s and early 80s where, well, connectivity was basically not existing. And if you had to modify a fucking tape, a code, a punch card, whatever it is, you had to call someone to come and do it for you, or you have to, if it was proprietary, that is, or you have to send it away to get a new one, and it could take days, and I mentioned this already. Yeah, exactly, like, don't compare yourself to others, compare yourself to yesterday. That is what Linux are missing. And when you hear Richard Stallman talks today, it's all political speech. All of it. And I don't get why they're not seeing that. And it kind of makes me irritating. Because back in the day, Linux, before the Free Software Foundation really infected Linux, it was not like that. I have a video I need to edit about that. That's called the Linux I Love is Long Gone or something like that. Because there were anti-Microsoft people and anti-proprietary people back in the day. But that was just like, that was just like one of the reasons why they use Linux. It was not the main reason. Or it was like a talking point that, oh my god, Microsoft is doing this crazy shit again and it's fucking irritating. And if only they were doing the open source way. Like, that was kind of the conversation we would have. Not like today where it's like, evil, blah, 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 burn them to the ground and all that fucking bullshit. And everyone that are using it is evil and stuff like that. It was barely anything of that. And in the end, a Linux user was just happy to meet another Linux user. And yes, there will be debates and stuff like that, but at the end, they were just happy that they were both using Linux. Nowadays, like, if you're not using the right Linux, we have a problem here, my friend. I'm twisting your nuts around. Putting them in a vice. Whoop. Well, Chromium is it GPL 2? I think it is, yeah. Android is not GPL. So the kernel, or part of the kernel, is GPL, and then there's a lot of proprietary bits and bobs in Android. But yeah, it's exactly done. It was just like we don't like what they're doing, but again, we're just trying to do our thing. But Richard Stallman and his acolytes really fucking... No, Android is not open source. Part of Android is open source, not all of it. You just looked it up. Chrome is not BSD. Chromium is not BSD. It may be BSD license is what you're talking about. Yeah, it's only, if I'm not mistaken, it's only the kernel part of Android that is open source. So even the driver stack, I think, is proprietary. The network stack, the sound stack, and everything else is proprietary on the Android, if I'm not mistaken. And here's the fun thing: if you're running any other Android version than Google's own Android, there may be more non-Linux code than Linux code in that kernel or in that Android system. Even when Google run native Android, there is probably more non-Linux kernel than non-Linux code than there are Google code. That's why they don't call Android a Linux distribution. It's a fork. You know. Or Google just do the bare minimum they have to do to keep it open source, you know. Mm-hmm. Well, Ubuntu still have more Linux code in the Linux kernel than Android have. That means that it's closer to Linux than Android is. And then God knows what the, Huawei, Samsung, and all those other companies are doing with the kernel. They won't. Yeah, Google, again, Google is a bad company. I don't know why you don't know, I don't know why people can't understand that. Well, I do. It's because, they're doing stuff for... The same with Valve. Valve is a bad company. Valve is only pro-consumer because it makes Valve a lot of money. Valve don't... The second that it's going to cost them too much money, or if it's going to cost them too much money to do the home Steam Deck and Steam OS, they are canning it. This is their second or third attempt of doing this. Valve is anti-consumer lawsuits. They have anti... what is it called? Not anti, they have monopoly lawsuits going against them. They are railroading developers to the high heavens. System 76 is a Linux company that again have been caught up in all the bullshit with Linux. They used to be good, now they are not so much anymore. They have become one of the just a stock standard distribution or company that are trying to reinvent the wheel over and over and over again and making the same mistakes while doing it, instead of working together. So instead of having 100 people trying to fix a problem, we have 100 people trying to fix the problem in 100 different ways, and they don't talk to each other. That's even with open source, they don't fucking talk to each other. Because I don't like them over there because they're doing it that way, so let's not use their code. So what the fuck does open source matter then? I'm sure that System 76 is nice. The people are not... I'm not saying the people are not nice. A lot of people thought Hitler was a nice guy. And he may have been a nice guy to a lot of people. And then not so nice to 5 million other people. I have no idea who that Praxman is. Yeah, and their laptops are not that good, man. We looked at their laptops. It's cheaper to buy it's cheaper to buy an Apple product. It was cheaper to buy an Apple product if you wanted the same specs. Oh yeah, I had it was not the main developers. It was some of one of them was the distributor or ISO maker, and the other one was so System 76 to Seago and frameworks all more expensive than Apple products. That's it. Oh, it's one of those security nuts. Yeah. So what if I told you that almost most laptops that has been released the last 3 or 4 years that are mid-range and up, so consumer level like you can afford and up, all have sorted on storage and or RAM or both. Most laptops, newer laptops, have sorted on shit nowadays. It's only really like storage that like the NVMe that a lot of them still keep, so you can expand the storage. But even if you want thin laptops, you can guarantee that everything is sorted onto them. Everything. If you're buying a somewhat thin laptop, everything is sorted onto them. No, frameworks are not. That's why you can update. That's the whole spiel. But yeah, upgradable laptops are going out of the wayside super fast. The only thing you really can upgrade is the battery, and that's because it's by EU law you have to be able to upgrade the battery. What are you guys saying? I just had to respond again. Yeah, even Lenovo is doing it, yeah. And it's getting even more and more and more. It's getting even more and more prominent, even in cheaper. Because look at it from a manufacturing standpoint. It's just cheaper and fast and easier to just sort everything onto a fucking motherboard. You know, less components. You know, that little crack that holds in your RAM, your NVMe and whatnot, it costs money. You know, and then you have to solder the connection on, and then you have to put in the peripheral or the component, versus just solder the component on. You're losing one step, or you're taking away one step. Plus, you can make your things thinner and thinner and lighter and lighter. Like from like if you want to min max your as a company you want to min max your investment. That's how to do it, man. And the fact that most people don't even want to upgrade, they just throw away when they're done with it or give it away to their significant others or something like that, just reinforces that whole mentality. From stop connecting your smartphone to the internet, that will probably have a bigger impact on your privacy than stop using Windows. Again, I have not watched the video. I can't talk about what the fuck he says or not. I can just talk from close to 30 years of working on laptops. And looking at how I used to be able to make money helping people upgrading their laptops, and now I can't fucking find anyone that even have a laptop. So, and if they do, they don't really want to talk about it. They just use it, and then, like I said, it gets giving away to a family member or someone else. They resell it, and then they buy a new one. Get a Mac Mini. It's cheaper than buying or even building a computer nowadays, if you want a graphic card in that computer, that is. I don't want to make reaction videos anymore. I see no need for them. They do get a lot of views, but it's just, here's the thing. It's just a fucking mess. No, YouTube don't flag them. It's just like, let me put it this way. I don't want to do Linux React videos anymore. Because nothing good comes out of it. It's harassment. There are, of course, good comments, but this is like the majority of it. Or the loudest people in there. Or people that go and fight people that make positive comments. And the fact is, the Linux community don't give a fuck about being objective or anything like that. So, like I said, it's just like flat earthers. You can come with all the evidence in the world, and they won't believe it. Someone I was asked why if I did like a TPL comparison video, like the lies talked about that online. I did that, and even written in front of them with black and white ink, they didn't believe it. Even if I took the fucking document from the Free Software Foundation's own website, they had excuses for that's not really what it means. It says it on the fucking paper. How can you say that's not what they mean? No. It's this, because some random YouTuber have said it. You cannot have a conversation with them. At least not the one that are engaging with the content. So I might as well just not deal with it. And then there's the other part where then you get accused of stealing other people's content. I had that before. Oh, you're just stealing other people's content. Make your own content. And I'm like, oh, I have a playlist here with over 100 videos about how to learn to use Linux. Go watch that. I don't want to, It's just more hassle than it's worth. I like look at what I did. I made a video last week and I got almost 8,000 views. I could just do videos like that. There's plenty of ways of pissing off the Linux community. Like this is one of the things that you never lose content of, is pissing off the Linux community, because it's so easy. You can piss off the entire Linux community in one sentence or two, because they are so fucking, what is it called, like picky, or not picky, but crybabies, basically. Well, that's good. Yeah, We need a prominent figure to promote Linux. PewDiePie with millions of users. We don't want your user base, your fascist, your leftist, your rightist, your middleist. Or there are people like, oh, this is going to save the desktop, and nothing happens. That video has over 3 million views. It still did not manage to fucking promote the Linux desktop. I actually do like PewDiePie. I've been following PewDiePie since he started on YouTube. I think he's a good dude. But the way the Linux community reacted to that video, it's either too much and too fucking delusional, or it's too crazy. It's like, you need to be locked up in an asylum, or calm it down, buddy. Like, he didn't marry you. Like, it's not like he's installing Linux on everyone's computer while they're asleep. Just calm your tits. It's not that rarely did anyone have like a nuanced take on it. Like, just like, let's see what's happening. And finally, we got someone with some pool talking about Linux. There were more people, in my opinion, that were skeptical or not so favorable about it because, well, bad dude said the N-word like 5 years ago or something like that. Or he's from Sweden, so he's super leftist or something fucking crazy like that. You know. I like, if you want easy views and easy easy numbers, reaction content is the way to go for it. And here's the thing: if you do political reaction content, oh my god, you can make a lot of money, man. Yeah, the Linux as a technology is amazing. Like, Linux as a technology is, every OS as a technology is amazing. You know. That's right, Lame. He doesn't edit his videos. I remember when the Steam Deck came out. Every gamer is now going to use Linux. No, they are not. It's going to get everyone over to Linux. No, it did not. Donald, what you need to do, you need to take a development education, and then you need to go and either work for some of those people that do those things, or do them on your own. Because sitting and talking about them the way you talk about it is doing nothing. You're not helping anyone. Nobody gives a fuck, to be honest. Everyone knows this already. Everyone knows that there are bad people doing bad shit with software, and there are good people doing good shit with software. But a lot of people, they like to just sit and talk about it instead of doing something about it. So why not, instead of becoming one of those irritating, look at this, do this, look into this, go do some work, go do this thing. Make the decisions. Be the person that have influence over it. Microsoft is already looking into making a gaming, like an Xbox handheld. They've been looking into that for a few years now. They've been open about that. Need something for my throat. I hate opening a new fucking, like, or we'll have one open. Peppermint. Oh, what happened? Did I break anything? No, but here's the thing. I'm just tired of all the comments on YouTube videos and on the internet where people said, oh, you should just do this, do that. Why don't they do this? Why don't they look into this and do what people are saying? Us sitting and spewing this into the ether do nothing. Nothing. There is like a 0.1% chance that the people that could do something about it is actually fucking seeing what we are saying, you know. So if you really care about open source, privacy, go be active in those communities. Become part of a group that deals with that. Become a developer so you can make sure that you make proper software. But here's the thing. It's the same with like the Twitter activists. People love to say and be like, you know, spew their opinions on the internet, but the second they have to do something about it that actually takes effort, they shut the fucking mouth. They're like, oh, no. Not me. But I'm willing to sit here for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours spilling fucking bullshit on the internet. But I have to do something. I just posted 5 links you should look at. I know. Like, this is another thing. People tend to forget that they are not the only person people have spoken to in their life. If you know how many times I've been sent the same link, or people like me have been sent the same link, you would go nuts. Even in my Discord, where people can see what other people post the same for, oh, you should react to this video. And not even in the same, in fucking correct room. They post in all the wrong rooms. to even make it worse. Like, yeah, I've seen it. This dude posted yesterday, you know, or 5 people posted yesterday. A little bit of common sense would make, like, go a lot of way on the internet. You know. Have you seen this? Have you, like, what about, like, hey, I noticed this video or seen this thing. Have you heard about it? React to this, do this. And it's like, look if other people have, you know, talked about this before. Oh, I don't know, have anyone talked about this and then come with something? And here's another thing. People that want to steer you into, like, look at this video, look at this creator, look at this article. They're doing it a lot of times because those videos or articles are backing up with their opinion. Rarely would they say, oh, look at this video because they are agreeing with you and not me. Or read this article because they're saying the same shit that you are doing that I disagree with. It's almost always because it's benefiting them in some way in their arguments. So a lot of time when people come into a live stream and recommend something when you're doing a debate, it's almost always with an alternative motive. I rarely have clicked on a link that people sent me doing a live stream from random people I don't know that were backing my viewpoint up, for example, or being neutral. It almost always ended up being what they were talking about. So it's super biased. And it's super funny to me. It's like, it's so funny that they don't see, they know they're doing it, but they don't understand that even people with 10 people in their chat or 10 people in the live stream would have repeated, you know, conversations. But because they were not there or they were not part of it, they feel cheated or they don't believe it or they feel like they have to do their thing. And it is way easier to just go on to a live stream or go on to Twitter and stuff like that and then say your opinion than actually doing something that will change the world. You know, you think Microsoft is a bad company, go work for companies that are better. Go make companies that are better. But that takes education, skill, know-how, dedication. Again, it's just much easier to randomly just spurg out on the internet, basically. And I'm honestly a little bit fed up with that whole mentality a lot of people have on the internet. It just becomes a brain rot over time. It's just become a massive fucking cesspool of heck. Everyone want a really good video editor for Linux, right? Why don't all of those users that really want a good video editor right now go and donate $1 to KDN Live? Why don't they do that? Instead of coming into me or any other Linux YouTube or Linux content creator or any other person on the internet trying to debate that KDN Live is actually fucking good, donate $1 instead of having that conversation. That will help that project more than you sitting and bitching and moaning about that, oh, you don't like Linux open source or KDN Live and it's actually... Well, if it's that good, donate them some money so they can be even better. And if you can't donate money, go onto their forums, request to be part of their team. You can do translation, you can do marketing, you can do art, there's so many ways you can help out a project. And I've said this to many people before where they come in and be really, really aggressive. Like, that's cool. Go help that project out then if you're that passionate about it. And I can bet my fucking hairy balls that no one have done it. Because again, I have to do shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm out of here. Like, is this not about, helping the community is helping out and all of these things you said? Or is it only the community is helping out but it's benefiting you? Which is what it comes down to. Linux users, they just want free shit, they don't want to put in the effort. Linux users are only about the community when it helps them out. They don't want to do anything for someone else. There are so many projects that could have been alive today. Distributions, I tell you not, that would have been alive today if just 5% of the user base would have helped out or donated $1 to that project. That's what I kind of said a little bit, Scooby, and thanks, by the way. I honestly think that the Linux name should be reserved for one distribution. And that should come out from the Linux Foundation and done by Linus Torvald or a team he's managing and stuff like that. That's the only official licensed Linux. Any else distribution could not be called Linux. What they could be called is Linux compatible. So Ubuntu would not be Ubuntu Linux, but Ubuntu, a compatible Linux system. And you know what the beautiful thing of this is? Nothing has to change. The only thing that changed in the universe is the naming of distributions. Because let's be honest, we talked about this before. Every distribution is nothing more than a Linux compatible OS. They are not real Linux because the second you modify something in the kernel, you're not Linux anymore. You are basically a fork. You're not pure Linux anymore. You are a fork that then have to be or tend to be super compatible with anything else in the Linux universe. The same if you take KDE Live and you modify it, you're technically not KDE. You're not running mainstream. You're running your version of it, aka a fork. But you're still using the KDE Live or KDE name. And this is the same why people say, oh, well, I'm running this kernel, so therefore it's outdated and I can't run the latest drivers. And like, have you heard a magic word called backporting? Version numbers mean nothing. You can run kernel 6.11 and have the same driver support as 6.15 or whatever is out right now. They can backport it in. There may be some features they can't backport in, or it will take some work, but the LTS kernel gets driver updates on the regular. So it can run the latest fucking hardware. So a lot of people think they need the latest version. Fedora, either it's Fedora or Red Hat, has a really good article about this in the documentation, where they explain what the version numbers mean. And they even say that, yes, our version numbers may be lower than the mainstream, but we backport a lot of features and capabilities and bug fixes into our lower version numbers. That's why version numbers don't mean anything unless for Fedora. You can't compare VLC version 2. Blah, 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 on Fedora versus VLC 2. Blah, blah, on the Arch. They could be exactly the same package. Because of the way they do version numbering. And they are backporting, or have the same capabilities and features, because of the way that they're backporting things in. Yeah, but RHEL also have a lot of the same features that Fedora have, backported in. Or some of them. Not all, but some of them. It's... Again... people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? It's like... I had a person come in and say, like, you should never run an LTS release of the kernel because you could not run X, Y, and Z hardware. And then I was like, then install... I can't remember, it was something like, we'll try and install the LTS release and see if your software, if your hardware runs then. Just run it off the fucking, the live CD or USB. And they came back not 6, what the fuck am I saying? Like 30 minutes later and like downloaded it and my computer ran. But I'm not running the latest kernel. And like then I had to explain what backporting was. Like, it's... Again, I would not have a problem with this if it was not for the reason that Linux users say that they are more smarter about technology than Windows and Mac users. And they think that they are more educated about software and hardware than anyone else. Had they not betrayed themselves like that, I would not give a fuck. It's like, oh yeah, you didn't know that. You learned something new, that's great. But if you're coming and thinking here, like, I'm a guru in this and that, and then, what is this then? Oh, I have no idea. Then you're not a guru. And now I'm going to tell you how stupid you are. Had they just, like, this is why I do it, is because they think they are better than everyone else, and there's nothing I like more than to take down a fucking pretend smartass. Because nobody's better than anyone else. And most Linux users know less about fucking software, hardware, and anything else than most Mac and Windows users do. But a lot of people don't want to realize that, so if you want to play a smart ass, I'm here to put you down. Exactly, just enable a PPM. Or if you're really smart and really good, you compile that sucker yourself and you install it yourself. Yeah, they have no concept of what's going on. Like, go watch the comments. There were so many funny comments on my latest video. And they are talking around the subject. Or attacking me as a person. And there was one that was like, open source is more free because of the notion of freedom. And I had to explain that there are more proprietary software that are being given away for free than open source software. And it's not that no. If they were insecure, I will understand that. But they come with it with an arrogance and expression, so to speak, of or due diligence of they know they are right. How dare you not agreeing with us? That's what I have a problem with. It's okay if you gotten wrong information. Totally fine. We all get wrong information all the time. But it's like open source is, with big capital letter, is more secure. Is, with capital letter, better, X, Y, and Z. You put in the narrative from the Linux community. That's what I have a problem with. Because that means that there's no interpretations of, oh, we could be wrong. We really don't know. Because we could be wrong and we really don't know. You know. Well, Linux suffers from a lot of things. Like, Linux could be years. Look at fucking Ubuntu. Like, let's be honest here. Oh, we hate proprietary software. We hate the proprietary world. We hate Microsoft and Windows. We hate Apple and Mac. Why the fuck are you making a system that almost is carbon copy of fucking Mac OS? And then do a worse job of it, basically. This GNOME looks like a worst version of fucking Mac OS. It was like, how can we fuck Mac OS up more? Or at least the UI. You look at KDE, how can we fuck Windows up more? Like, Windows is, like... I don't believe in the narrative that KDE is hard to use, because if you're this intelligent Linux user, KDE should be easy. I do get that KDE can be cumbersome to navigate around, because there's submenu after submenu after submenu. Way more than there is on the fucking Windows. I get that KDE can be overstimulating, you know, for a lot of people. Why the fuck are you, like... I don't fucking know what to say. I'm just like, it's like, for fuck's sake, people, just like, just shoot me right now. Yeah. It's like, I think it was, I used to use XFCE a lot. And I would spend hours making XFCE function like either GNOME or KDE. Look, feel, and everything. I'm like, why am I spending so much time making this desktop environment into functioning and looking like another desktop environment when I could just install that fucking desktop environment? So that's why I stopped using XFCE. Yeah, the whole customizability and features that they're taking away from GNOME every release is just stupid. Like, they're talking about how like you say, how restrictive other OSs are and desktops are, and then they're making it even more restrictive. The Linux world don't, like, they're running around like blind apes with their dicks cut off and don't know what the fuck is happening. And then want to believe the world that they're doing something, you know, like, oh, we are the best ones. I have not said this yet, but it is late, but I don't know if any of you can remember, but Mac and Windows used to copy GNOME and XFCE. So a feature like multiple desktops, spinning cubes, and all that fucking shit was in Linux way before Windows and Mac OS. A lot of UI design and elements was in Linux before Mac and Windows. About 2010, 11, 12, it was the other way around. Like, let me put it this way. About after GNOME 3 and KDE 3 came out, or was it 4? 4. Plasma Desktop came out. It became the other way around. GNOME was copying Mac OS, KDE was copying Windows. So you would see features in Windows or Mac OS that then would become features in GNOME and KDE. That's how bad it has become. Linux used to be the R&D OS of OSs. Like, if you want to see what the future have to bring, run Linux. Now it's like, oh, run Linux if you hate Microsoft or Apple, and then have a lesser fucking UI experience. And by the way, we're trying to copy everything they're doing on the UI front. But hey, we're open source, so don't take your telemetry. Back in the day, there were reasons to run Linux because Linux did something Mac and Windows did not do. Oh yeah, the GNOME devs are super arrogant, yeah. But think about this, like, well, they do collect telemetry. Like, you can operate in almost any way without collecting just a slight amount. Like, here's the thing. Just to update your system, you need your fucking IP address, okay? They need to know where your computer is. That is really slight telemetry. It's not bad, but it's still telemetry, you know? Linux is not worth fixing, no. Linux is fucked. Linux is royally fucked. Again, look. Take away desktop environments. Look at every time a Linux kernel comes out, or a prominent Linux distribution. And prominent, I mean original Linux distribution. So Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, SUSE, OpenSUSE. Look at what their feature set is every time they get released. Look at the changelog. Look at the what is updated. Most of the things with Linux that are getting updated has nothing to do with the Linux desktop. There once in a while will be gaming optimizations, but most of the things is corporate-centered updates. Better database querying, better LLM workflows, AI work. Almost not everything, but most things that are being updated by the big people that basically run Linux is catered towards the corporate world. That should tell you where the focus is. And for Linux to be fixed, in quote, that has to be fixed. So either it has to be forked, or they have to put more emphasis into the Linux desktop. So better peripheral support, better USB support, better webcam support, X, Y, and Z. Because if they can get big, massive proprietary corporations to work with them on the corporate side, they can also do it on the computer side, desktop side. They just don't. There's no money in it. There's no reason to do it. That's also true. Yeah, Scooby, yeah. So here's the thing. Microsoft is not tanking Windows. Windows 11 is no more worse than Windows 7, 8, 10. No more worse than those. It has equal amount of stupidity as those had. Most of the things that irritates people about Windows is because they've been told that it irritates them. What irritates you? How is Microsoft tanking Windows? What things are Microsoft tanking Windows with? What specific things? It's not gotten slower, it's gotten faster. The TPM could be a good argument, but that's like one. I don't mind GNOME either. GNOME with extensions, like Ubuntu Desktop, which is basically GNOME with a few extensions, I can tolerate this version of GNOME. I don't mind this version of GNOME. Windows networking died on your hardware. That makes no sense. Windows networking don't die. You must have faulty hardware or something like that. That makes no sense. I can give you a reason why you should want Windows. I had a bad RAM stick in my computer at one point. Like this is like 5 years ago or something like that. I had a bad RAM stick. I did not know I had a bad RAM stick. Because I was running a lot of Linux at the time. I was dual booting Linux with Windows. And I was running a lot of Linux because Windows would not boot. Randomly, I would get boot errors with Windows. It would not boot into Windows. At all. Not at all. But Linux, no problem. And I'm like, fuck Microsoft. Heck, if I have to boot it 2 or 3 times to do some things once in a while, I can handle that. And then one day, I got, Windows gave me another, it actually gave me a blue screen of death. Before it didn't, it just won't start. And when it started, it worked perfectly fine. And then I couldn't, this is the fun part about it also. If I wanted to shut down my computer, it wouldn't shut down. It would just hang. It would just freeze. But one day it gave me a blue screen of death. And I was like, I got Windows. I can show this to the Linux world. And then I looked up the error code. It was a memory problem. It was some bad allocated memory. Like that, this don't make sense. I'm like, let's put into Linux again. Worked perfectly fine on Linux. Well, Windows again is bad, blah, blah, blah. I actually think this was under Windows 11. Then I had to do something in Windows again, put it into Windows. And it took like 2 or 3 boot times. And then I had to reboot off for an update. It hang again, and I got, again, a memory problem. Error. Let me Google this. And almost all the solution was try and check out a memory stick to see if there's a faulty memory stick. I took out a memory stick, and I had a faulty memory stick. But I did not know I had a faulty memory stick because Windows was the only fucking OS that told me I had a bad memory stick because it refuses to boot or it hang when I restarted. And I didn't look at the Windows logs to see actually what was going on. Because why would I? I did not think that there was anything wrong with my hardware because Windows worked fine. Or not Windows, Linux. And as we all know, Linux is the best OS. It handles hardware better than Windows. But apparently, Linux don't give a fuck about how bad at least your RAM modules are. It just boots up anyway. It just don't give a fuck. So technically, you can run Linux on hardware that potentially can ruin your fucking system. Versus Windows that actually like, something is wrong here. I don't like this. And I'd rather have a system that is picky about booting or shutting down because I have a bad RAM module than a system that just run without a problem and then one day everything explodes in my face. Again, Linux is this amazing system. Have you noticed that every time you update your graphic card driver on Linux, you had to reboot? On Windows, you don't? That's because on Windows, the drivers are separated from the kernel, roughly speaking. Not on Linux. So there is a command, I think it's Control, Alt, and something, I can't remember, B or something like that. If you hold that down, I can't remember, but there's a keyboard combination where you can restart your driver, your graphic card driver on Windows by holding down a key combination. It will shut down the driver and start it up again. You don't have to reboot. So when NVIDIA, at some point, like a few years ago, they had some driver issues where they will be, what is it called? it will start to stutter, or you will start to get they will lower the frame rate a little bit because the driver acted up. You did that keyboard combination that restarted the graphic card driver. You can't do that on Linux. But again, Linux is an amazing modern operating system. What is it? Yeah, Windows Control Shift, that's the one, yeah. Hold that down on Windows right now and it will reboot your graphic card driver. That's it. So Linux, now we're talking network drivers. If a driver crashes in Linux, it can take down the whole system. Because there is no compartmentalizing with drivers in Linux like there is in Windows. So the fact that Linux is super stable is more luck than skill. Because if a driver crashes, it can and will, if it's the right type of crash, take down your whole system. That should not be able to happen under Windows because of the way that it's designed. Well, there are drivers on Linux, and a lot of drivers are in the kernel. As you know, Windows drivers is also modular. That's why you can do that thing with your keyboard combination. It's because Windows is part modular. It's not a full-blown monolithic kernel. Yeah, it's lazy drivers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or hybrid kernel in Windows. Yeah. But yeah, it's basically lazy drivers. Yeah. Like there is a lot of technologies about Linux that is, and again, I'm not saying this in a way that Linux is bad. I'm just highlighting that this tech marvel that you think Linux is, it's not in a lot of instances. It's actually outdated compared to modern practices. Well, why would you spend time making your own thing when you can get the community to do it for you? And even if there's not that big demand for your driver to begin with. Had there been enough demand, aka users using the proprietary AMD driver, they would probably still doing it so they can guarantee the quality of it. This is probably to save money they're doing it. That's probably why they're doing it. Why do you think Valve is using SteamOS? It's cheaper. It's cheaper. Versus them have to build their own OS, or fork Linux and build their own OS, or pay license to Microsoft. Money, man. Exactly, George. And that's why you can compile the kernel to only work on your hardware. Which I think almost nobody of the Linux gurus have done ever. So Windows, the day where you didn't have any drivers on Windows are long gone. If you have internet connection, you get the drivers from the internet right away. But Microsoft also have like bare bone drivers for most internet devices. Like I said, my laptop, when I bought it, I got like the top of the line Wi-Fi card you could get in it. But that also meant that they needed to see, like if I wanted Windows on it, they needed a specific driver for it. So when I got my computer, my laptop, Linux didn't have driver for my graphic card out of the box. Windows did not have Wi-Fi drivers out of the box. But when I installed Windows and the second I plugged in my Ethernet cable, I had Wi-Fi like 2 minutes later. 2 minutes later. The same with Linux. I had a few computers where the Wi-Fi module was too new for even Windows and Linux. And the second I plugged in an Ethernet cable, Linux and or Windows, download the right driver, doing an update, and I had Wi-Fi. So a lot of times when people have hardware issues with either Windows or Linux, it's because they've chosen exotic hardware. And that's especially if you're selecting hardware that is super new. So like the latest and greatest. Like the second you connect any OS to the internet nowadays, you should not have any driver issues. 90% of the time. Either if you have, you're either running really, 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 really old hardware or really unique hardware. Yeah, I think I had to do the same with my AM5 motherboard from Asus, George. Like I had to get the Wi-Fi driver from the internet. Or Wi-Fi to get LAN. I think I had to use LAN to get Wi-Fi driver. It's typically any OS will always have a bare bone LAN driver for almost any network card. So it may not work as to the speed that they can, but it will work. So you can get, like the Macs don't have exotic hardware issue because they're controlling both the software and the hardware. And Macs don't have hardware issues, they have peripherals issues. Because you don't change hardware on a Macintosh, you don't change graphic card, motherboard, CPU, RAM, you don't change that on a Mac. What you do have is peripherals. And some of those may or may not be supported on Mac OS. Ubuntu tends to be really on top of the driver support. Mices, headsets, heck, even some microphones don't work well with Mac OS. Most of those gaming optimization videos, they don't really know what they're talking about. So they're doing something that may benefit gaming, but then they're like, why is this not working that well? Why is this stuttering? Why am I losing performances in this area when I'm doing this specific task? And then they go on a fucking rampage about how bad Windows is and blah, blah, blah. And they realize that, well, it's not working correctly because they have done something on their own. I keep saying this, most of the problem people have with an OS is self-inflicted problems. They are fucking around with things they don't understand. It's that simple. What they take away some services, they do some core parking optimization because it theoretically could help give them like 1 or 2 extra FPS. It's not like you're going from 30 to 120. Like it's super minute small of improvements. But then they forget they have done it and then, oh, this program actually needs these features or blah, 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 blah. Like stock standard Windows is actually a super well put together system. Can you optimize it a little bit here and there for specific workloads? Yes. Yeah, don't optimize your system. You don't need to. You don't need to. Look at it like this. If you want 1 or 2 more FPSs or 5 more FPSs, You can get that by overclocking your graphic card or your CPU in some instances, if not more. Like, there is a reason why Ubuntu and Red Hat and Fedora and SUSE and all of those distributions are run the way they are run, or set up the way they're set up. Just like Windows and Mac OS. Like, I would optimize a system if my system only did one task. So let's say I only gamed on this computer. I didn't do video editing, only gaming. Gaming and recording gaming content. Nothing else. Yes, then I would optimize it for that specific task. But that could hinder my rendering performances. I could lose 5-10% of rendering performances. Or I could say I'm only video editing on this machine, so I'm optimizing every protocol, everything in Windows to only render. Because when you're optimizing, in quotes, you're optimizing for one task. And that works well if you're only doing one task. The reason why default Windows and Linux is not the master of one thing is because they're trying to do as many things as good as possible. So therefore, they make a system that is overall as, in quote, optimized for as many workloads as possible. Like, it's the same when people say, Linux is running on supercomputers. And that it's kind of the same mentality. That's great. That's amazing if I had a supercomputer. My computer is not a supercomputer. Oh, well, Linux is used as web servers. Again, that will make sense if my computer was only doing web serving. Then, yes, I will see your argument. And there's also some not joy, but some validation or some truth to, do you want to have an OS that is the best at one thing? Or an OS or a thing that is just overall okay, but you don't have any problems with it? It breaks less. No matter what you do, it gives you okay performances and stuff like that. And most people will kind of want the thing that, maybe not the master of one thing, but average of everything. And it gives you less hassles and irritations and less things breaks and stuff like that. That's what I always try to do. It basically, when they put together a distribution or Windows or Mac OS, they're trying to be the best at as many, the best they can be for as many job loads as possible. So that means that sometimes they have to sacrifice something for something else, if they deem that is going to be used more than the other one. So let's say you're running Windows Home, for example. There would be a really good argument to say that maybe not a lot of those people that are running Windows Home are going to do virtualization, but they probably are going to game. So let's put a little bit more effort onto gaming than virtualization. That could be a good argument to have. That would kind of make sense. But then you have nerds that try to fuck their way around. It's just... if nobody, let's say, like, if someone comes up and say that they are really, they are using Linux because they're irritated about Windows. If they did not know Linux existed, what would they do then? Would they still be running Windows? Yeah, they would. Because they're not really that irritated about Windows. They just kind of want an excuse to not run Windows. Which they don't need. They can just run whatever the fuck they want. Because if they were really irritated about Windows and Linux didn't exist, they would be running FreeBSD or Mac OS. But they don't talk about that. They're not like, oh, I'm so irritated over Windows that I would be running either Mac, FreeBSD, or, well, now I'm running Linux, but if that was not around, we'd run one of the other ones. No, they would not. Because FreeBSD almost support nothing that they want. And for a lot of people, Mac getting into Mac is expensive. They don't want to pay that amount of money for hardware. So they will just be using Windows and dealing with it. Because it's not that big of a fucking deal. It's not that irritating. Well, you can't use FreeBSD then. A lot of people are really only angry at Windows because they've been told to be angry at Windows. Like, if you go to almost any non-nerd, you rarely hear them bitch about Windows. Because they don't know anything else. They just think, oh, that's how it is. And that's when you know that's no... Because if there really was a problem, like a massive problem, they would also bitch and moan about it. And the vast majority of users actually don't bitch and moan about Windows. They just use it. And that's just, you know... Oh, I wish I could get a MacBook Pro, man. Anyway, I need to go to work tomorrow and I'm getting super tired. I want more than 6 hours of sleep. Well, the BSD desktop is where Linux was when I started to get into Linux. It was even, like, Linux was even worse than that. So, think about running Linux like back then. I should make a video about that. If you think FreeBSD is bad, that was my Linux. I need to try boot up Enlightenment again. It's a good OS. Oh, not OS, environment. It's a fun environment. But yeah, take care, everyone. See you all later. Have a good day. I may stream later this week. I don't know. Do I have any video edited? I don't think I have. I may need to edit a video. Well, I released one this Monday, so I may not release one until next week. I may do another live stream. I don't know. Anyway, see you all later. Bye-bye.